Hello, welcome everybody to yet another online info day for the Digital Arts and Entertainment curriculum. Hopefully the last online version. We hope to see you next time in real life. My name is Rick. I'm the Academic Director of the Digital Arts and Entertainment curriculum. If you're watching this stream, that means that you're hopefully interested in becoming a DAE student. Before making this decision, it's quite important that you inform yourself correctly. The fact that you're here to listen and to see what there is about the DAE curriculum is already the first step. I'm not going to go into the details of all the different majors that we offer. I'm going to go a little bit, going to give you an overview of what we teach, how we teach, and what we expect from future students. The fact that you are interested in the DAE curriculum means that you hopefully have an ambition to become an employee for the entertainment industry. That means already a lot. If you want to work in the entertainment industry, you already choosing for quite a challenge, because the biggest challenge of the entertainment industry is satisfying an extremely spoiled customer. There's almost no room for errors. If you put a game on the market that has some flaws, if you put a movie in the theaters that has some so-so visual effects, we have sometimes the bad luxury of the internet, then the complaints all over the place. And that's basically what you're choosing for. If you want to study DAE, you choose to become part of one of those production companies that tries to satisfy the customer. And as a customer, I think you all know, you're not willing to pay for a mediocre game or to go watch a mediocre movie. And this sets the tone for the entire DAE curriculum. Coming to study in DAE means you choose to become good at what you do. That means just passing and getting your degree is not enough. Yeah? The degree is something you get as a side product of graduating with a good portfolio. With being mediocre, no company will hire you. That's very important to realize. But if you have a portfolio where you have some skills that are really standing out and that can convince a company that you're an added value for them, that will get you a job. So we sometimes compare the Digital Arts and Entertainment curriculum as a top sport school for 3D artists and game developers. Thriving or willing to become an athlete, a top sport athlete, means you have to find your coaches. They will provide you with training schemes, and then you have to work yourself based on those training schemes. You can't study a training scheme. And that's how we work. We, with our staff, we provide you with the training schemes. And it's up to you to decide how hard you push yourself based on the guidelines that we give you, based on the feedback that we give you. And the goal is to make you become the best possible version of yourself in the 3 or 4 years that you study here. So far, we've been doing this pretty successful, I can say. Next to me here are the Rookies Awards. We've been elected twice best game development school in the world. I've been given the Academical Institution Award by the Grads in Games in the UK organization also twice. The latest one dates from this year. So we sort of figured out how to train people for this industry, which is basically a fascinating industry, and I think one of the most wonderful places to work in if you have the right fit for it. And that fit is the same fit as you must have or find for yourself with the DAE curriculum. You can't just try DAE. You either do it or you don't. You either fit in this or you don't fit in this. The truth is that the majority of the things that we teach can be found online. There's so many YouTube's movies out there. There's so many tutorials out there. Basically, everything we teach can also be found for free online. But it's not enough. Just watching a movie is not enough. You need guidance, you need feedback, you need people to push you, to coach you, to point you at your errors, to stimulate you to do more than you would do on your own. And that's the essence of coming to DAE. When you come to study at DAE, you choose to be pushed by our staff. And we're pretty good at pushing people to go beyond their limits, to constantly keep improving yourself. Being of are striving to become part of this industry is partially because you have a skill set that serves the industry or the companies in the industry, but just the skills is not enough. You also need to be the correct personal, professional being that is able to take a place, a spot in this industry. So being a DAE veteran means that you're very skilled, whether it's a 3D artist or a game developer or a VFX artist, that you're very skilled in your profession, but you're also a very professional individual with the correct working attitude, ethics, the ability to reflect on your own realizations and to constantly push yourself to be able to evolve along with the industry. Because it's also important to realize this is not the average industry to choose from. It goes so fast, it evolves so fast. There's new tools, new softwares, new technologies almost every year being introduced in the industry. So this is not choosing the easiest way to get a degree and to get a job, but I think it's definitely one of the most passionate choices that you can make. If you're into the DAE world and you fit there, you will have a blast of a time. Just a small sign of what we expect from you. We expect our students, for each hour that we spend with our students teaching, giving feedback, whether it's theory or lab classes, for each hour that we spend with you, we expect our students to work at least 1 hour at home so that they can train themselves in the skills that we show them. You can't study DAE, you have to do it. So that means if you have, for instance, 25 hours of classes, we expect you to work at least 25 hours at home. That means that your average working week will be close to 50 hours a week. Is that a lot? Yes and no. An average means that there are students who work more and there are students who work less. In DAE, the good students are the ones who work more because they like what they do, they love what we teach them, and they see themselves evolving towards the better version of themselves that they were the day before, and they just go wild and they're enjoying themselves working hard together with their fellow students. It's easy to say this, but it's important for you to realize this, especially for the Flemish students. What we expect from our students compared to what you're being used to in the 3rd grade of your secondary education, there's quite a difference in self-organizational skills. You have to be able to be in control of your time. Being in control of your time is not something you do on paper, it's something you do the moment that you get up until the moment that you go to sleep. You have to divide your time, you have to be in control of your time. Because time is of the essential. You have to be able to deal with deadlines. Deadlines cause stress, cause working peaks. If you can't manage those working peaks, if you can't deal with that stress, you will have a hard time fitting in this industry and in our curriculum. So one of the big challenges when you just start studying DAE is that you will have to find a way to organize your life in a way that you can, in a more or less comfortable way, adapt yourself in the way that we teach and push you. That means dealing with deadlines, dealing with workload peaks, and at the same time trying to maintain a healthy life-work balance so that you're still enjoying what you're doing. Because the moment that you stop enjoying what you're doing, then you should definitely be doing something else. I'm not going to go too long into this topic, but I want you all to realize this is a fascinating, wonderful world to work in. And as a student, if you've been given the chance to come study here, I think, let's boast a little bit, value for money. There's no place in the world that you can find a better training to become part of the entertainment industry than here with us at HOEST with the Digital Arts and Entertainment curriculum. Just do your homework, compare, value for money. This is by far the best choice that you can make. So if you want to do it, I think you have to do it. One of the worst things that you can do in life is if you dream to do something, not giving yourself the chance to try it. So that's basically my final advice before I give the word to my fellow colleagues who are going to dive into the different majors and the community members here. But make sure that you make the right choice. If you fit in our world, you will have a blast of a time. If not, you will learn pretty soon for yourself that you should do something else. Yes, but remember, DAE is about pushing yourself to the higher version, the better version of yourself than you were before you came to DAE. And that's a mental state that you have to be very aware of. I thank you all, and I hope to see you all, hopefully, in September for the start of an on-campus academic year where we can turn the COVID page and look forward to a bright future and train the next generation of future entertainment professionals. Thank you. See you all.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our second stream of the weekend here at our Info Day at Hoest Hoka School's campus for digital arts and entertainment. We're super excited to have you back for yet another stream. Today we're going to hear from our major coordinators here at Digital Arts and Entertainment, including visual effects, 3D animation, game graphics production, game development, independent game production, and sound design. My name is Allie Weiss. I'm a community manager here at DAE, and I absolutely love the community here, so it's such a pleasure for me to be hosting this stream. If you have any questions about the majors, the curriculum, what life is like here at DAE, go ahead, ask them. You are more than welcome to use the chat in YouTube, and we will be happy to answer any questions you might have. There's also a Discord today where you can ask your questions based on each major, and there's also a hub for future international students. So if you are an international student as well, looking for some more advice, all of those things can be found right on Discord. And you can find the link in the description box below in YouTube. So without further ado, let's just jump right into it. It's a beautiful Saturday morning, kind of rainy today, but you know, it's okay. We'll make this fun. So we'll get right into it. I'm here joined with our visual effects major coordinator, Arno De Regge. Robin, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, good morning.
So I have a few questions for you about the major, the visual effects major. So I'm hearing that the major recently changed. Could you tell us a little bit more about that and what the major looks like in this academic year?
Yeah. So for new students who are taking a look at the curriculum online, they probably won't notice this, but over the past few years, there used to be only one film-related major in DAE, and that was called 3D and VFX. Now, we took closer examination of this, and we decided, look, we have to split this up because some people want to go towards the animation route and other people want to go towards that VFX, that image manipulation route. Mm-hmm. So we turned both of those into fully fledged curricula, and now we have VFX that is separate from the 3D animation major.
Okay, all right. So with the VFX major, now that it's separate from the animation major, specifically with VFX, what kind of skills can I expect to learn?
Yeah, so in the VFX major, we mainly focus on that image manipulation quality and that 3D aspect of it. So what you will be learning is, for example, how to remove a green screen from footage and then replace the background with something you made in 3D, something that has been filmed already, with a whole host of things. So we are really focusing on creating those good 3D quality assets that you could integrate with existing footage to make it look like everything is just one seamless whole. That's the purpose of our VFX major. That's not to say that that's the only thing you'll learn, but that's the backbone of what you'll be studying. You'll get a solid foundation in 3D. You'll get a solid foundation in that image manipulation, that compositing is what we call it. And you'll also learn how to do things that are called simulations. So just think of explosions, think water, think maybe hair as well, that you can see in all those movies. That's also what we're doing. And then, of course, once again, learning how to integrate that, how to make that look good.
All right, so making these assets, making these explosions, hair, etc.
Yeah.
Is it more technical? Is it more artistic? Is it a mix of both? If I'm a student thinking about visual effects, what can I keep in mind in terms of that?
Well, there is a huge degree of technicality to it, right? But every technical aspect that has to do with VFX is at the same time also an artistic choice and an artistic aspect that you're making. So is it artistic like drawing? No, it's not like that. But you do make artistic choices. You do decide what the background is being replaced with. You have to create those things as well. You have to decide what the explosion is going to look like. You have to do some research. So it's very technical in the sense that you need to learn how to use the software to its advantage and to its strengths, but you do get to make all the artistic choices. It's always a hard question to answer for VFX because it's like when you pick up a video camera and you film something, is that technical or is it artistic? It's kind of both at the same time. You decide what you're filming, which I would consider to be more of an artistic choice, but at the same time you need to know how to use the camera. So sort of the same thing with VFX.
Right. So it sounds like it's a mix of both.
Yeah, it's a mix of both. If you really want to crunch the numbers on that, I'd say it leans just a little bit more towards the technical side, but it's definitely a healthy balance between the two.
Okay, good to know. Yeah. So again, if I'm a student thinking about studying visual effects, what if I am deciding between visual effects and another major here at DAE? For example, game graphics production, which we will get to shortly. But if I'm thinking about VFX and GGP, what can I keep in mind?
Yeah, that's a question that pops up for a lot of people, which I understand. You take a look at what both curricula have to offer. There's quite a lot of similarities between the two. So both are very heavily 3D focused. And it's not that you're going to learn 3D in one and it's going to be completely different from the other. So there are a lot of courses that are very similar, if not completely the same between the two. I think always when discussing this choice is, where do you see yourself working? Where do you want to end up? Do you want to make films or do you want to make games? In its essence, it's a very simple question, but that's what it comes down to. We're here to teach you how to get to either of those results, but you have to decide what you want to do. So if you want to work in the film industry, well, then it's a logical choice to go for VFX. If you want to work in the game industry, it's a logical choice to go for the other side. That being said, it doesn't mean if you pick one of both that you'll never be able to work in the other industry. Quite a lot of our students actually graduate in one and then after some slight studying on their own, which you'll be able to do by then, decide to go towards the other direction. So people from film work in games and vice versa. That happens a lot because the foundation of what we're doing here, that solid 3D, that's the same for both.
And I wonder, Robin, with the students that do study VFX, how many typically do end up working in the, just a rough ratio, how many decide on the film industry and how many actually dive into the game industry? Is it more film than games, or is it kind of an even split?
So you mean from all the students who study here?
Exactly.
Right? I think if you just take a look at the number of curricula we have, there's less for the film industry than for the game industry. So there's a bit more of a focus when it comes to the curricula on game. That's why a lot of the students that come here study for games. Mm-hmm. However, the cool part is, of course, that if you know a little bit what you're talking about, then you know that what you study in the VFX curricula are also skills that are necessary for the game industry. So you really, it doesn't matter what the percentages are. There are fewer people studying VFX than in game graphics. You also need fewer people to be that specialized versus the other direction. So it doesn't really apply to anything how many. It shouldn't worry you as a new student.
Okay, good to know. So let's imagine, Robin, that I'm a student looking to start next year. What should I be doing now? What should I be doing to prepare myself for life here at DAE? And do I need prior experience? Do I need prior knowledge?
I have like a cliche answer to that, and then I have a more correct answer to that. So the cliche answer, which is cliche because it's true, at least for me. I would rather that someone who studies here, and it doesn't matter which major, but let's talk VFX in specific. I would rather these people study this because they want to study this. Yeah, everybody always asks, what can I do to prepare? What do I already need to know? You don't need to know anything, nothing at all. So all courses that we teach here, they start from zero. So I hope that's already a good surprise for some people. So you don't need to know how to use a camera. You don't need to know how to do 3D. You don't need to know how to draw if you're going for one of the other majors. What I would prefer, if I could choose any type of student, is someone who's truly passionate about what they're doing. You don't need to know what we're doing, but you sort of need to want to do it. Yeah, you need to know what kind of an industry you're diving into. I want to make film. I want to make games. That's more important to me than any kind of prerequisite knowledge that you could have. That being said, if you do want to prepare for VFX and you already have that passion and you're just sitting at home doing nothing, grab a camera. Just grab a camera, film some things, maybe learn how to edit on your own. But even that is not necessary. Just grabbing a camera, taking some pictures, understanding a little bit more about photography, about light, about how lenses work. Those are all things that we teach you, but that are always handy to have in advance, that knowledge. That sort of helps you on your way already.
Okay, so for you, Robin, it sounds like it's more so your genuine interest in these things. Because if you do have that passion, is what I'm hearing, then it will guide you and give you that motivation to do the studies more so than particularly preparing technically a lot in advance.
It's the thing where Rick already talked about this. This isn't an easy degree to get. If you want to do something easy, go somewhere else. So if you're not here because you really want to be here, then it's a lot of work you got to do. It's a lot of hours you got to put in. The difficulty of the subject matter can't be underestimated. Yeah. So if you're not here fully passionate about what you want to do, then you're going to have a hard time. On the other hand, if you're here because you want to do this and you want to take it all the way, do those 3 years, get your miles in, then this is definitely the correct place for you.
And I wonder if you could give us just a general overview of the courses that you can expect to take if you study VFX.
So for people who take a look at the website, you can see that some of the courses have the same name going through all the semesters. That's because that's kind of the big learning trajectories that we got going on. Of course, there's some general courses, some courses that are just individual to each semester. Like, for example, we have a portfolio course in the second semester, where students will learn more about how to present their work, where they will get the opportunity to work on something of their choosing, for example. So that's something that's like a one-off. But we have those big learning trajectories. One of them is 3D. That's just the backbone of our entire industry, super important. It doesn't matter which of the majors you're choosing, you're always going to get a lot of 3D. Yeah, and there you just go through the whole gamut, learning how to make models in low poly, in high poly, learning how to texture them, light them correctly, put them in different surroundings, even learning how to, in a VFX, put them in a game engine. So all sorts of things to do with 3D. Then you have a compositing track where you will learn more and more refined techniques on how to get images ready to be composited on top of each other, so to be brought together to make it look like it's just one finished image. But of course you have those explosions, you have your actors, you have your backgrounds, putting all of those together. Then you also have a bit of programming, so can be underestimated. We have some programming. That programming is focused towards making you build your own sort of tools to speed up your workflow, to make it easier for you. It's important not to be afraid of the more technical things when you're doing VFX. So that's why we have programming as well. We have some math as well. A lot of the things you're doing have to do with vectors. So understanding how they work, which fortunately, when you study math here, you're going to immediately see what the application of that is in a 3D program. So you're not just learning boring formulas, you're actually seeing what that knowledge is doing, why you're learning this. And then we have the simulations that I talked about earlier, those explosions. So those are some of the big learning lines that we have in the VFX curriculum.
Okay, great to hear, great insights. So it sounds like if you want to make these, for example, cool explosions, you cannot escape the math per se, a little bit more technical aspects.
You can't hide from math.
You can't hide from math. If you
No.
take anything away from today, you can't hide from math.
Can't hide from math.
And I wonder if those of you out on YouTube would like to know this as well. What kind of programs can I expect to use in the VFX major?
So, of course, programs shift. We try to adapt to what's necessary in the industry. But a couple of the big programs, we definitely use Photoshop. We use the Adobe package, Premiere, After Effects. We use Maya for our 3D. We use Houdini for our explosions, I'll call it. So those are the major packages of what we're using. There's a couple of small ones in there as well, but those are the big ones.
All right, and just a couple more questions for you, Robin. If I graduate DAE with a VFX major, what kind of jobs can I expect to have? And are they in Belgium? Are they abroad? What can that look like for me?
So a couple of the bigger jobs that you can have, there's a lot of small nuances to jobs. Some companies will bundle some together. In some larger companies, you're more specific in what you're doing. So a couple of the big ones, of course, a compositor, the people who bring the images together, a 3D artist, just a general 3D artist, so could be a modeler, lighting artists, that's also something you learn, an effects artist, so the people making those explosions. Basically, every course you see on the DAE page for VFX is a job in and of itself. Yeah. Okay. As to where you can find those jobs, you can find them in Belgium, you can find them abroad. The big mecca of the VFX and film industry is, of course, still London, or if you go to Canada. But London is the big one. So it sort of makes sense that a lot of the jobs can be found abroad as well. But there's definitely a good offer here in Belgium too.
Okay, good to know. For students that are from Belgium, and they come to Kortrijk to study, then they know that there are options within Belgium as well, not only in London or Canada.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Robin, one last word, final piece of advice, final words for all of those lovely prospective students out there on YouTube.
So we have two summaries that we were going to take away from this talk. Can't escape math. Making it sound like math is a really big deal. It's okay, all right? And I'd rather you be passionate than skilled when starting out. That's an important one for me.
Okay. All right, Robin, it has been such a pleasure to have you join me today on your seat over there. Thank you so much for joining us. Next up, we'll talk to the major coordinator of 3D animation. And coming up in just a little bit, we'll also hear from some of our current students and get a really nice insight into what the community is like at DAE. And then we'll also take a look into some really cool behind the scenes projects going on here on our campus. But again, next up, 3D animation. We'll see you in just a little bit. All right, everyone, and we are back. We're moving on to our next major of the day. So let's go ahead and get started. 3D animation. I'm here joined with our 3D animation major coordinator, Dirk Lambrecht. Dirk, how are you doing today?
Fine. Hi, Ali. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Another
Okay.
info day. It's the weekend, so we are feeling all right. Dirk,
Yes.
I hear that the 3D animation, I heard from Robin a little bit earlier that it's newly separated from the visual
It's-
effects curriculum. So I'm wondering what that has looked like this year, how it's been going.
So it's going pretty well so far. We had fantastic results within the major, and if Robin already explained that it was a split up of the in our first I start with this in the fourth iteration of our curriculum. So that was before this academic year. We had the major 3D production and visual effects, and that was catered towards film. The three other majors are more catered toward games. Game dev, game graphics production, and independent game production, yeah. But we're more into film. And so we had minors within that major with animation, and we had minors in visual effects. And then we were thinking, what are we going to do now? The industry is growing in animation. I think the time is now. What are we going to do? Because if we really ask ourselves the question, does an animator want to be in a green key studio, or does a VFX guy want to animate? And then the answer was there pretty soon, and we then decided, okay, let's go for an animation track now.
Okay, and how has the animation track been? How have the students enjoyed it this year?
They're really enjoying it. We started with plenty of people because it's a transition, you know. We're going from the fourth to the fifth curriculum, and students who were in the second year who did the minor animation, they were looking at that first year and they were like, hey, they got a couple of new courses over there. So those IoT individual programs, they also joined with this new major, of course, and therefore we could start with 81 people.
Wow.
That was a lot, but you could say that 1/3 to 2/5 were like IoT as well. But then again, they're having fun. It's really going well. Yeah.
Okay. IoT, by the way, in case you're wondering, I'll do my best to explain any acronyms.
Sorry.
Dirk, absolutely not a problem. So it's an individual track. And so some of our students choose to, instead of do the 3-year degree program,
that's a fact, yeah.
space their courses out a little bit longer.
Over 4 years, yeah.
Exactly.
That makes it easier because, and those are not the, the lazy or bad students, not at all. Those are usually also students who are very clever in the sense like, okay, I can do DAE in 3 years, which is hard. There are plenty of assignments and there's a lot of courses, of course, at the same time with plenty of assignments. And they want to work on their portfolio. That means that they say, okay, I can do 5 courses a semester, but on the other hand, I can also do 4 or 3 courses in a semester. And then I really focus on the assignments and make really nice portfolio pieces out of it. And after 4 years, then I have a wonderful portfolio site. And I did an extra year, but now I got more knowledge because within those, you can also decide, okay, I have 3 courses for my specific major, but what the hell are they doing there at game graphics production? That's an interesting module. I would like to take that course as well. So they expanded their skill set just by shopping in the other majors as well.
Okay.
And those are really clever guys.
So there's more flexibility there, it sounds like.
Fact, yeah. But I'm not promoting IoT, of course, because it's fun if you can already go into the industry after 3 years. But sometimes, you really want to work on something, or you're really pointing for that specific industry or that specific company. Then you could say, hold it. I will work a little more on my portfolio, so I'll take another year. I do some extra skills, and so on. Voilà.
Okay.
That's
And
IoT.
That's IoT in a nutshell. So hearing a little bit about courses, could you give us an insight into what particular courses students thinking about 3D animation could expect?
Okay, then I go back to the flagship of the digital arts and entertainment. So we have now 6 majors, and 3 of them are really the artistic majors. As Robin's major, visual effects, game graphics production, the real-time game, and then 3D animation. You could say that 3D animation and game graphics production is pretty similar in their courses, but one but the game graphics is of course real time, and we're not real time. That's the only difference. However, we also have one course now that will be also in real time, but that's for later. That's for in the second year. But then again, what do we learn? Let's say that each of these three majors we are creating, we are educating them into a 3D generalist program. That they are a 3D generalist, but even more than just a generalist, because they have plenty of courses and assignments for that. And then they have a specialization, such as animation. So we have the 3D production part, where they learn low poly, high poly, also become the photographer, the digital photographer. Those are the words from Wout, the guy who's teaching 3D production, 3D3 as it calls now. He is a analog photographer. He knows about photography, he knows about working in a studio, he knows about the setup of lights in the studio. So we do exactly the same in the 3D software. So they make perfect visualizations, hyper realistic, that you don't see the difference between it. Wow. Same with Deadpool. I mean, Deadpool, that character of Deadpool, he's made in 3D, of course, and he also needs to be animated, and he looks so real in that film. That's where we really focus on. So if we put now people from the VFX major together with the animation major, then it's very nice to create a Deadpool character. And on the other hand, we can animate it as well with the right physics of a human being. What else do we have in these courses? The 3D pipeline, that is then the basic rigging, so basic modeling, a bulldozer, then we do some mechanical rigging. That means that it's limited in the rig. The rig is like, how can I make my object move? So we put some bones in it, and then we also do mechanical animation, because a bulldozer is very mechanical. Right. And then we have, of course, the animation tracks. We do start with body mechanics. Then we also learn you stage the scene. That means you can tell a story with animation, yes, but there's more than that. That's also cinematography. When will I use establishing a close-up, a medium two shot, an over-shoulder shot to tell my story as well? And then they will make storyboards first with stick figures, because with stick figures you can make key poses, and those are the key poses who need to be very universal and very readable for animation. So we first draw them to have a faster result, because otherwise you're sitting behind your computer, okay, let's pose my character. No, we learn you how to act, we learn you how to exaggerate, we learn you about timing, we learn you how to fall in love with the typical expressions that really are necessary for animation. And then to the pre-production, first year perspective, and there we learn you the design principles. So it's not only drawing and shading and with a pencil and digital painting, it's also design principles. And where did that start? You have an idea, but we learn you also how to find the right reference material and also the right mood of something. And then we give you feedback, because that's really the strength within DAE. And whatever major you choose, it's always about feedback. You will never get an assignment and next week you have to submit. No, next week there's a milestone. Can I see your reference? Can I see your first designs? Okay, do this, do this, do this, do this. And then the next step is the next milestone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Dirk, I hear a bit about drawing. I'm sure a drawing.
Yeah.
So I'm sure this is a question that some of you might have. If I want to study 3D animation and I want to make those really cool characters or movements, things like that, do I need to have drawing experience? Do I need to have previous skills, or can anyone learn how to draw?
Well, now I will return the question in a sense. No, I'm not going to return the question. But if you have Word installed on your computer, you will not write a bestseller. You need to know about structures, you need to know about storytelling and things like that. And that's exactly the same with the 3D software. We want you first to draw your thing. And okay, you can simply copy a thing by looking at the right reference and really copying it, but you also look at all the details. And that's what we really learn you, what I already talked about within the design principles. We learn you to analyze a shape, the proportions from one to another. Is it all in the right sense? And that's what makes it so realistic. And then on the other hand, we learn you how to design, how to create your own characters as well. And then, yeah, I can draw a helicopter, a chopper. I can do that, but if I look at reference, how the rotors are, how that engine is at the back, the tail, how does it land, that specific thing, what are all those details? I know it's glass, but what do I have of all these details? And if you look at all the reference and you say, okay, I'm going to add this, I'm going to add this, then you suddenly get a really nice helicopter. And that's what we really learn you. It's learning also to look at things, drawing them, and then also in the right perspective. We work with bounding boxes, and then we say, okay, this is in the middle of it, this is in 1/3 of the thing, and then they draw the line, then see, oh right, yes, it is like that. So, and as I said before, it's always with milestones. We want to give you feedback on your things, and we also help you out. We have light boxes, or we just simply, in Photoshop, we take a look at your design, we open it, we take our Wacom tablet, and we say, this has to change, this has to change. Maybe here, add this, what you have in your reference. Why didn't you use that in your reference? Add it also in it. So yes, and nevertheless, don't be afraid. We start with a white sheet. And if you want to prepare yourself, go and buy a book of perspective, not of drawing flowers or whatever. No, buy a book of how to draw perspective. It's been a while. Everybody had it once in his studies about perspective, but take a look at it again and learn. Well, practice a little bit on it, and then you're already in for drawing for this major.
Okay, good to know. So I do see a question from the chat. Another course curriculum related question. How is the math in 3D animation? Like Robin said before, can't escape the math, it sounds like. Dirk, tell me a little bit about the math in 3D.
We have a technical program. I mean, we have it all started as a technical artist. So, of course, we have the big artists as 3D animation, as VFX, as game graphics production. And there they have applied modern physics instead of math and physics. And so applied, that means every single thing that you learn, you will know, that's how it works. The physics of bouncing, of gravity and things like that, that is in there, that you really know, okay, that's how it will work. And that's how I can also see it in my program, about reflectivity and things. Those are all kind of terms. Once you want to work with the parameters in your software and you see refraction or something, what the hell does that mean? And then you remember, okay, that's where I seen it once. And yes, they're a little afraid of it. But then on the other hand, they have this advantage that they know how to draw or they know how to animate. So they spend less time on those things, and then they really have to face the math again.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
you
doable.
really need it. You see it coming back. For instance, second year rigging. You have the course rigging. What is that? You have a character, you put a bone structure in it, and then you put the nerve system in it. And the nerve system is actually all the handlers that you can animate it. So those are handlers like this that you can rotate the arm, or you can just pull the arm. And that's a rig that you have to create. Therefore, you need to know math.
Okay, very good to know.
Yeah.
In general, Dirk, what kind of students are you looking for this major? Who is 3D animation for?
Passion about animation, want to do animation, art school. I mean, for those who already have an art background, it's always very nice to have them coming in. We already seen it now. Once we had this specific 3D animation major, we see people coming from the art schools. But then again, on the other hand, if you really want to animate whatever, it's a craftsmanship. I mean, it used to be also as a minor for game graphics production, but now as we have our own major of animation, we learn you to craft, we learn you how to timing and everything, we learn you how to act. Because now you are afraid of yourself. Okay, within Corona, everybody learned, get to know his face now by the camera and things like that, but before it was like, oh, I don't want to put my camera on. But now you are a little bit more used to the camera, right? But then again, we just make animators of you, and if you really want to be in that industry, not, as I mentioned before, not just Pixar. Pixar, of course, is great if you can go there, if you can really do cartoony character animation, but there are so many animations. I mean, also, look at the commercial break. There's always 3D in it, and there's a lot of animations in it.
Right.
Yeah, so if you're passionate about it, go for it.
All right, good to hear.
Yeah.
So, another question for you, Dirk. It sounds like a lot of these students in 3D animation have a passion for films and the film industry. Is it possible for me as a prospective student to study 3D animation and work in the game industry?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Within our new course, 3D4, we will take a look at Unreal VP video production, and that is the next step. We always had the idea we really need to implement Unreal in our system. In our major as well, and then 3D4 was a thing, and then suddenly Unreal comes up with video production, VP. Check it out online, and we really would like to see how that works. And then on the other hand, we had students in the third year. Every single major has 10 weeks for group projects. Full time, 5 to 6 students work together. Full time from A to Z, from the beginning till the end of a game or of a clip. And now we had a mix of students of game graphics production together with 3D production and VFX. So the previous, so we had animators, we had simulation guys, we had of course 3D generalists, and we had people who knew about Unreal. And they created a short of 1 minute in those 10 weeks, hyper-realistic, with a nice story, all rendered, well, not really rendered, it was all in real time in Unreal.
So it sounds like these students from the different majors work together with things.
Yep.
What sets 3D animation apart, really, would you say, from VFX, game graphics production, the other majors? What is specifically unique to this major?
The animation itself. Yeah, because, I already mentioned before, game graphics production is working along with 3D animation and VFX fact, and that is then for those Unreal things, because at the moment they haven't had Unreal yet, but they really see things in the industry. They see things on YouTube. Hey, this is made in Unreal. Hey, we really would like to make also a film in Unreal, real time, because that rendering gives a lot of stress. But on the other hand, the VFX students and the animation students are always working together. So
very nice.
They don't have character creation in VFX, but we have character creation. But they have explosions, they have simulations, they know how to make fantastic. What I'm trying, they know about compositing. We can mix live characters. Outdoors or in the Green Key studio filmed, and we compose them together in a scene, and there's a 3D character in it that is animated at the same time, and we put the right light and the right ADR on it, and then it feels like, okay, this is damn real, but therefore we have to mix these specific profiles together to create things like that.
Okay.
Because in the industry you're never alone.
Right. Good to hear.
Yeah.
And just briefly, what kind of jobs could I expect from graduating with 3D?
The 3D generalist in general. I mean, of course, 3D animator, whether it is live or not. Also, advertising. We also focus on that one. The rigors. It's a very wide. It's a very big large profile. You can just check it out. The variety is enormous. If you check out the site and you check out all the different modules, then you can really see. Okay,
Okay, so it sounds like a very versatile thing to graduate with.
Yeah.
Dirk.
Yes.
One last word for our students out there, for our prospective students. What kind of piece of advice would you give them as we close out?
If you want to join the magical world of animation, please come to 3D animation at Digital Arts and Entertainment, because then you learn the magic and you learn the tips and the tricks behind the scenes, the tips and the tricks of the trade. Enjoy. See you soon.
Perfect. Dirk, thank you so much. If you have any questions for Robin from Visual Effects, for Dirk from 3D Animation, head over to our Discord. Again, the link is in the description box, and you can ask our colleagues any questions about the curriculum, the campus experience, anything you'd like to know. Dirk, it's a pleasure as always. Thank you for joining me. Next up, we will have the major game graphics production. Hang on with us. We'll be right back.
Bye.
All right, and we are back with yet another major coordinator of our majors here at Digital Arts and Entertainment. Game graphics production is the next major that we will be covering today. And here with me, I have joining Arno De Regge, the major coordinator of game graphics production. Arno, super great to have you here
Thank
with
you,
me
Ali.
as always. So, Arno, the game graphics production major, commonly called GGP, it's a large one.
Yes,
and
definitely.
it's popular.
Yes,
Tell me a
definitely.
little bit about why it's so large, why it's
Well,
so popular.
because it caters to a large audience in the sense that it's very flashy, right? We make a lot of really nice looking flashy art pieces. But a lot of people underestimate a bit that GGP is not just very artistic, there's also a large technical portion to it. And that's why you can make a choice in your second year. GGP is a very large curriculum, and you can make a choice in the second year where you either go much more artistic or you go much more technical. And that's something that might interest a lot of people that don't know this exists, is there's a very technical way to achieve something visual, right? And that's something that you can choose in the second year, where we start to look into scripting, using math to create large environments, to create 3D objects. And yeah, GGP in general is just very nice. It's very flashy, but it also has it's very needed in the industry as well, because we have the industry needs a lot of 3D artists to make 3D art. Obviously, games are mostly 3D art, the visual side at least, and that's the whole goal of game graphics production, is making the best 3D artists that we can put out there. And we teach them all the skills that they need, from drawing to math to a little bit of scripting to a lot of 3D art, and they become super good 3D artists after 3 years. And then
Very nice to
we
hear.
can just throw them into the industry, and then
And
they
then?
grow into these beautiful little plants.
Then they do wonderful things. So, Dries, we hear sometimes that GGP is the most artistic of the majors here at DAE. And I've asked this question before. What broadly would the ratio look like in terms of technical things, the technical side of things for GGP, and artistic?
I would say roughly 40% technical, 60% artistic, because you can't underestimate how much technical stuff there is when making 3D art. A lot of people make the mistake of comparing making 3D to drawing. But 3D and drawing are very far apart from each other, because 3D is software. It's like learning to work with Excel. It's not really, it's more like we're learning to work with Excel and less like drawing, right? Because drawing is, you've got a pencil, you got a paper. The action that you do is quite difficult because you need to practice it a lot, but the tool is very simple. You've got a pencil and a paper, right? Whereas in 3D, it's the exact opposite. The action is very easy. Everybody can press buttons, but the tool is very difficult. Nobody knows. Well, nobody knows. It's hard to know what buttons to press, and that's the difficult and the difficulty and the difference between the two. So 3D is mostly technical software knowledge, but you need, of course, a bit of artistic insight to make things look nice in the end, right? Because we still make a graphical result, and that's one of the more harder skills to learn, is what looks good and what looks bad, and how can I improve on my art.
Right. So you train technical artists.
Yes.
It is artistic, but also the technical side.
Yes.
If you say 40%, it's not something to overlook.
Yes,
as
absolutely.
Well. Okay.
But there's a lot of math in the first year. 20% of your courses are math-based, with applied math and physics in the first semester, procedural introduction the second semester. We have Program for Artists 1 and 2, which is another 20% of your first year. Then we have 3D 1 and 2, which is another 20% of your first year. Then we got Game Art 1, which is 10% of your first year. We got Visual Language, supporting skills. And then we also have Pre-Production 1 and 2, which is the more artistic side, where you have to learn how to draw and color theory, and making sure that you understand perspective and that you can make a good concept, right?
All right. So good mix of both, it
Yes,
sounds like.
absolutely. So it's a whole range, and it's a very strong base that you get in the first year. And then the second year, we can really specialize and make sure that you can become the best of the best.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm sold.
Yeah.
So we have another major here at Digital Arts and Entertainment, and it's called Independent Game Production. And we'll hear about this major just a little bit later. And I'm just wondering what really sets game graphics production apart from the independent game production major.
So independent game production focuses way more on programming than we do. They are also way more focused on the basics of 3D art. They don't go as deep as we do. They're more focused on stylization and making, I wouldn't say simple, but more stylized and quick to churn out art. And they have a very important aspect that no other major in DAE has, and that's the business side. So the independent game production side also focuses on the business side. In GGP, we don't really care that much if what we make makes money. We got a producer that does that for us. But an IGP students has to worry about that because they're running a production. They got to make sure that what their indie game that they're making, that it actually sells and that there's a market for it.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a pretty clear distinction,
Yes.
actually. So IGP is they're doing everything.
Yeah.
And
They
need that business.
Exactly. But they're also very strong programmers, much more than they actually see in-depth programming much more than GGP.
Okay.
GGP is more about scripting and learning basic code.
Okay, so I see a question here in the chat that is an interesting one. Dries, what kind of student do I have to be to do well in GGP?
And I think we can extrapolate that to what kind of student you have to be good in DAE in general. And I think Rick already touched a bit during the introduction on that. It's really about discipline. It's really about working on it every day. DAE and GGP, but DAE in general, it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of things that you gotta learn. It's a lot of practice, a lot of things that you gotta look up and you gotta do a lot of problem solving on your own. And it is a lot of work, but if you're passionate about it, then it shouldn't be that hard to have the discipline to just work on it every day and stay up to date with your courses, stay up to date with your assignments, make sure you get your deadlines, come to every class. That is the best way to go through DAE. And you might have some lesser moments where you're like not feeling it, but that's where the discipline needs to kick in and you just gotta do it. And then you will probably find that passion again and then you will grow even further. Yeah, it's about working on it every day. The moment you like start to fall behind because you slacked or something like that, that is where the problems arise.
Okay, it also echoes what Robin said.
Yes.
That if you are genuinely passionate about what you are studying, then the rest will follow.
Exactly.
But the passion is really at the base of it all.
The passion is what drives the discipline, and the discipline is what drives good results.
Write that down, everyone.
Exactly.
Write that down out there.
Make
I'm
a
gonna
t-shirt out of that,
Make a
Ali.
note in my head. I see another great question from the chat. You actually read my mind. I think it was Alexandra, because that was the question I was going to ask next. And Alexandra asked, will we be only creating static art, or will we also be learning how to make real-time art, such as animation?
So that's the whole point of game graphics production, is making real-time art. Everything that we do in the end needs to run in real time in a game engine. The camera needs to be movable, it needs to be moving around in a scene. You will learn the basics of how to make interactable stuff in the second year. It's not just about making cool 3D art. It's not about just making something in Maya or Blender and then rendering it out, right? It's about making sure it fits into a game engine, that it can run performantly. You're going to make very highly detailed environments, but we can't just cram stuff into an environment. We've got to make sure that it can still run at 60 frames per second or more. So we have to take into account performance, and a lot of technical skills go into that. So yeah, GGP is really about making sure that our art runs in real time. If our art can't run in real time, then there's no point to it, right? It's game art. It's not static art.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much for answering that one. I'm hearing the word environment, and it
Yes.
comes to my mind that you eventually, if you study GGP, choose a specialization or a minor.
Exactly.
And it could either be assets or environment. Could you
Yes.
tell us a little bit more about
Yes.
that?
So, like I said in the start, assets is all about characters, right? And if you are more of an artistic person, that's the route you got to go. So every student, GGP student in their first year, they have programming for artists. They got a bit of math. You need that base, no matter what you do in your second year. But if you're like, didn't really like doing that, I got my basics now, but I just want to do more art, then you go with assets. You will become much more of a character artist, a prop artist, maybe like individual assets. If you're like, program for artists was really fun, and like procedural introduction, I really like doing that. I want more of that. Then you go to environments, because there's a very clear distinction between I want to make a character, or I'm going to make this very specific chair, for example, and I want to make a 2x2 kilometer space with mountains and trees, and there needs to be a city that needs to
Sounds like
generate.
two very different things.
Exactly. It's both 3D art, but the one side is much more artistic, if I want to make the chair or the character. The other side is much more technical, because I need to use scripting knowledge, I need to use procedural tools to create that environment. And also, let's say we don't want to make a 2x2 kilometer scene. I want to make like a smaller, cozy scene, but I need to take into account the lighting and how the assets are placed, and things got to make sure that the 3D objects don't intersect too much. So I got to hide those things. How can I do that while still maintaining that performance? And you're gonna look much more at 3D art from a technical point of view when you do environments, versus if you just want to become a really good character artist, if you want to make some really great 3D art, you just go with assets. And the environments minor is much more like a true technical artist in the industry sense. But that doesn't mean that you're not somewhat of a technical artist if you go with the assets minor. Because you're just going to focus more on the actual 3D art right there.
Okay, very good to know. And I saw a question in the chat also about drawing, so maybe this plays into this question as well. Any tips in terms of preparation?
Yeah, actually not that hard to have a little bit of preparation. Look up some tutorials on what 1 point perspective is, on what 2 points perspective is. Draw every day for 20 minutes. Just take a paper, take a pen. Not a pencil, because a good point about drawing with pen is you force yourself to not be able to erase, which makes you much more confident in your lines. And another one is practice yourself so that you don't skate your lines. What that means is don't go over the same line a couple of times, or when you want to draw a line, like for example, I want to draw this line, don't do it like that. Don't hatch it. Just draw a line. Be confident in your line drawing. And that is something that just is practice. So practice every day, 20 minutes, draw from observation, try to get your perspective right. And once that's a bit in your hands, you're going to have a much easier time during pre-production and drawing in the first year.
Good to know. Another really great question from the chat. Will environment minor students still have an opportunity to explore stylized design?
Absolutely. It's not because something is from a technical point of view that you can't make something stylized, right? So the stylization is less of a focus, but you are allowed to go deeper into that if you wish to do that yourself, right? An assignment could be, for example, we're going to make a small environment and it needs to have these technical parameters, but nowhere does it say it's got to be something super realistic, right? You can make something stylized as well.
Okay, good to know. So
Yeah.
that can also be stylized?
Yeah, exactly.
As well as assets.
If you want to make the next Zelda,
Why not?
why
you
not?
know?
I mean,
All right. And looking at the job industry.
yes.
If I graduate from GGP, what can I be looking at after graduation?
So it really depends on the minor that you chose in your second year, because your focus is going to be pretty different from one or the other. If you go with assets, character artists, 3D artists in general, prop artists, vehicle artists, gun artists, texture artists, people that look more at materials and material artists, like substance designer, substance painter, mostly substance painter if you go for assets, but also a little bit of, I wouldn't say you would become a concept artist if you do this. You do have a very strong base from stylus design and creation 1. Stylus design, sorry. And character design, you get that strong drawing basis there in the second year. But you're not going to become like an actual concept artist unless you like really focus on that. But it's not impossible, right? There are people who do that. So that, and then if you go for environments, it's much more like a technical artist, partially if you go more into coding, but also particle artists, special effects artists, because special effects artists for games is a very technical endeavor because it's particles and optimization, and it's not it's partially artistic, but it's a very technical thing as well. And mostly procedural artists, those who work with math to create 3D models, environment artists, lighting artists, people who look more into like actual environment art, and they don't really make the props for the environments. They make sure that the environments come together, or they do set dressing, and they make sure that the lighting is good. They make sure that everything comes together with decals and stamps and stuff like that, so everything looks nice in a coherent environment.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, and within Belgium, outside of Belgium?
Yeah, within Belgium, the game industry is growing. It's still starting up, but I mean, we already have Larian Studios in Ghent, known for Baldur's Gate 3, out now.
This is not sponsored, by the way.
But we also have a lot of other game companies in Belgium, like Happy Volcano, like Crazy Monkey Studios, a lot of spin-offs from DAE as well, like Cybernetic Walrus, like Moon Monster Studios. There's also, and that's something that you can't forget, there's more that you can do with these skills than just games, right? If you want to do architectural visualizations or other B2B solutions, we've got NanoPixel, for example. And there's a lot of other companies as well that do around media, for example, that use game technology or something that kind of runs parallel with game technology and uses it for other things, right? The automotive industry is more and more looking towards game technology because it's easy to iterate and it's faster to change your design. But also, like, if you want to work at a VFX company, also possible, right? Because some of our skills are becoming more and more intertwined with the VFX industry. So there's that, but a lot of our students, around 40% of our graduates, go abroad in the end, mostly to Sweden, UK, but also Germany and Spain, but also Canada. We had a student in Japan recently. So there's a lot of international efforts in the game industry, of course. Yeah.
Okay, great. Dries, one last thing. Last piece of advice. Final words. Share with us.
Okay. My closing statement.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah, if you just want to become one of the best 3D artists, this is one of the best places to start. DAE is super affordable in comparison to other curricula. We got a really good teaching staff here. We got a great curriculum, very relevant skills. It's industry tested, industry approved. We have a curriculum that's perfectly made to get you into the games industry as a 3D artist or as an environment artist or as a character artist. So you can just flourish and become one of the best out there. That is really our goal, to push you into that direction. So if you want to do super cool 3D art, GGP is a place to be.
All right. Sounds great, Dries. Thank you so much. Last time Dries had sunglasses and he took them down and said,
I don't have them right now. I'm really sorry.
It's okay, Dries. We forgive
I
you.
can do this.
It's okay. Dries, thank you so much for joining us and chatting a little bit about the game graphics production major. If you have any questions, again, for Dries or any of our other colleagues, we are live on the Discord chat as well. So go ahead, check it out. Link is in the chat, in the description box, rather, and we will be happy to answer any questions you might have. Next up, we will hear from some of our very own students, and we'll get a good look into what life is like in Kortrijk, in Belgium, and at DAE. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
We moeten onszelf muten.
All right, so we are back with some of our current students here studying at Digital Arts and Entertainment. Now we're going to hear a little bit from the students themselves about what the curriculum looks like, how everyday life is here at DIE and in Kortrijk, and really some pieces of advice that our very own students have to share. Let's get right into it. And I'd love for you all to introduce yourselves, actually. So just your name, where you come from, whether it's Belgium or abroad, and what you study here at Digital Arts and Entertainment. So whoever would like to go first, I see Marcelo first on my screen. So Marcelo, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm Marcelo. I was born in South Africa. I currently live in Germany. It's a little bit complicated. But yeah, I'm a first year DAE student at the moment. After summer holidays, I'll be second year, and I'm currently studying 3D animation.
All right. Great. Nice to meet you, Marcelo. All right. Anyone else who wants to go next? Yes.
I'll go next, I guess. I'm Rufus. I'm from Belgium. I still live in Belgium as well. I'm a first year IGP student at DAE, and yeah, that's pretty much it, I think.
All right. Thank you, Rufus. Great to hear. All right. Up next.
Boy, you're muted.
Bo, I see your mouth is moving, but we can't hear.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't see, because I had my mic up, but I also muted myself on Discord. So,
All
as
good.
I said, my name is Bo. Hello. And I'm a student at DAE West, and I study IGP. So, yeah.
Okay,
I'm
nice.
from Belgium as well. I'm sorry. Oops.
Okay, so 2 from Belgium, 1 from South Africa / lives in Germany, and Portuguese. Awesome, super, and 2 IGP so far, which is independent game production, and 1 3D animation. All right, 2 left. Who would like to go first?
Yeah,
I'll go next. Oh, Ken, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. You want me to go first?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, hi, my name is Ken. I'm a third year game graphics production student, about a month away from graduation, so that's pretty cool.
Woohoo!
Yes. I'm also from Belgium, yeah.
All right, nice to meet you, Ken.
Thank
Without further ado, last but not least.
Yes, with all, yes. Just like Bo and Rufus, I'm a first year student, IGP. I'm also from Belgium, from Bruges to be more exact. And yeah, guess that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, very nice. Alrighty, so we'll go ahead and jump in to my first question of this panel. I know it's a little bit of a tough one, might require some thinking, but take your time. And I wonder, why DIE? Why did you choose to come and study at DIE and not maybe some comparatively similar universities? So why did you choose DIE? And what do you think so far, especially for the first years on the panel today?
Well, can we answer that question?
Of course, go ahead, Bo.
Okay, well, I'm a student in the first year, but actually this is already my third year that I'm studying in college, I guess. So I started off with programming, and honestly, just programming was like, it was cool and all, but it was way too hard. So then I moved on to try and become a teacher. That also didn't pay off too good because it's not really anything that I'm searching for. And the thing is, the third year, I found this article, or I got it linked to me by a friend of mine, and he said, you know, this looks like I don't know, like a good thing for you to study. And I searched it up on the internet, and I saw it had like a lot of potential. I mean, it had to do it was about games and about being creative, about still a little bit about programming. I mean, I think if you want to progress in programming, you just have to study it a lot. But I think it's possible to progress in it if you actually want to try. And yeah. get further into that thing, I guess.
Okay.
It's hard to explain,
It's
but it's because you have to be like creative in ways you normally wouldn't have to, and I think that's what this field of study makes so interesting. So
okay. So creativity plays a big part for you both then.
yeah,
Okay.
I guess.
Great to hear. Anyone else have any thoughts they'd like to share? Why DIE?
Yeah, I can share my story, I guess. After I graduated high school, I tried architecture. Didn't work out so well, and I was a little bit demotivated because of, well, there was a lot of high amount of work, I guess, and I just thought like maybe I should try something easier. So I was actually like thinking about doing DAE and electronics after that first year. But I decided to go with electronics first because DAE was, a lot of work. That's what you hear and read online, which is true, of course. But yeah, I decided to go for electronics, and then after I graduated electronics, I actually said like, you know what, I'm gonna try it actually. After all, like I decided to go for it, and I have not regretted it since. So it's
All
good,
right.
I think.
Great to hear, Rufus. Thank you for sharing. So you and Bo both actually studied something before DIE.
Yeah.
It's okay. Interesting. Marcelo, Vital, Ken, anything to add?
Yeah. I started with studying DA. I didn't do anything before that, but I don't think there's anything I would rather do than this. It's a lot of work. It's so much work, but it's really fun and it's really rewarding too to see your projects like finish and you see a lot of progress in a very short amount of time. And I think that's also like a reward on its own. It's just when you work for it, a lot of times it's just sometimes it doesn't feel like work. You're just kind of doing what you might be doing in your free time anyway. But don't go to DAE just because you like games. Like, don't do that. Um, you just got to be prepared to put in the work. But it really, really does pay off.
Okay, great to hear. Yeah, we'll get to it in a little bit. Last night, we also had a stream with a student and teacher panel as well. And it was mentioned last night that just because you like playing games, that is not the same as making games, was a point that was made last night. So maybe we'll jump into that a little bit later on. Marcelo, Vital, anything to add?
I can go next. I was studying something else as well, actually. I was a professional ballet dancer, so I had about 6 years, I think, of formal ballet, classical ballet education. So for me, DAE is a completely different field. No, what happened was before I went to study ballet, I was going to normal high school, and with my family, one day we decided to go to a Gamescom event in Germany, and I saw, there were different schools there showcasing their work, and DAE was one of them. And so I took the flyers from all the school. Most of them were in Germany, and DAE was the kind of like the special one that was from Belgium, which was a little odd, but I'm happy they were there. And so I thought, okay, well, I'm in normal high school. I would like to do 3D animation. But then I kind of took my ballet career a little more serious. So then I kept the flyers from DAE, but then I was doing 6 years of ballet, like intense ballet training, dancing everywhere. And then towards the end, I started to realize, actually, I wouldn't mind trying 3D animation. Like, I still have the flyers and it looks like a great school and I could continue dancing now, but it kind of intrigues me. So I signed up initially just to find out more, and then I actually really, really, really liked it. So I decided to join, and now I'm here.
What an interesting background. And Marcelo, we're glad to have you here as well. All right, Vital, anything to add or to echo previous points?
Yeah, I have a similar story to Rufus. After high school, I started with applied computer sciences. I have a degree in that now, but last year I was doing my internship in Prague, and I didn't really like the workload I was getting there. And I decided to watch some YouTube videos of a game developer making his devlogs, and it really intrigued me that I really wanted to learn more about it. I always dreamed about like making my own games and stuff like that, and I'm I went for it and I enjoyed every moment since I've been in DAE. So yeah.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you all for sharing. We'll jump into the next question now. Some of you also we have quite a few first years with us. So you have experienced an interesting academic year with Corona, to say the least. So your answer to this might be quite interesting in comparison to those of you who have been with us for quite some time. I wonder what a typical day looks like for you at DIE. What does your routine look like? Give us a good look into what daily life at DIE is really like.
Honestly,
Not everybody at once.
No, I think it's yeah, you get a lot of work as Ken already said. The workload is kind of big, so it doesn't mean that you have to work constantly, but sometimes you get like a free day in between. But if you're like not really that good at programming, like me, or game design, Unreal, it's also a little bit. It contains a little bit of programming as well. It gets a little bit harder to not do anything for school, or yeah, of course you always have to do something for school, but the workload gets a lot more. You get a lot more work because otherwise you just can't really keep up. But honestly, what we do is we just have like a group call, and we just chill in there. We work together. We spend the time there. We watch videos. I don't know. We do fun activities, but sometimes we also work for school. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. I don't know. I think it's in comparison to other schools, it's just the workload is probably the same because I studied programming, as I said, and I studied for teacher as well. And honestly, the first year was also a really hard year. You always get a lot of exercises, a lot of tests that you actually don't really expect to get in college. But it is what it is, you know. That's how it is. And I mean, I don't really have anything to add up to that. I think that's pretty much it.
Okay.
For like,
Thank you, Bo. Thank you. Anyone else? What does a day look like for you as a DIE student?
Sorry, you go.
Okay, thank you. Well, for me as a 3D animation student, it's going to be a little bit different because I don't have programming. For me, like a typical day is kind of, I wake up in the morning, I'll make breakfast, and depending, we had mixed classes, mixed online and mixed on campus, luckily. Thanks for the on-campus courses. No, so I'll make breakfast, I'll open up my laptop, and then we use Discord mostly for like online classes. The teachers are going to stream something, you'll get a task maybe to do in that hour or in those hours for class, and then you work on that. So yeah, we follow the live streams, sometimes also on Teams, and then afterwards I tried to make a plan, and in my plan I wrote that I'll work until 10. So I'll be behind on some courses, and then I'll take that course and I'll say, okay, I'm going to work on that course until 10. I usually don't manage to stick to this plan, but the plan exists. So I mean, I try. But no, so then I'll work for a while after classes, still mostly on the next exam course, next module that's going to have its next exam. And then afterwards, I'll take a break at some point to play games or watch a movie. And that's kind of what my day looks like. And then when I have on-campus courses, it's basically the same thing, but I'll go to class, I'll see my friends a little bit. On Fridays, we made it a regular thing to, after our class, go to town. And because it's the last day of the week, we will go to a cafe and we will meet up, get a cup of coffee and sit down somewhere and just chat, because we don't get to spend that much time as a class anymore at the moment. Yeah, and then I'll go home and work until 10 again.
Okay.
Yeah.
It really sounds like you've made the best of it, Marcelo, given the circumstances. So it's nice to hear also that you enjoy the in-person classes that you're able to have also as well. Thank you so much. Anyone else would like to add anything?
Yeah, I'll talk about the classes we have as well. Um, our class doesn't have on-campus classes, so we watch streams for school basically, and I actually feel like they did a good job on that as well. I well, I mean, like on-campus classes would be nice, I guess, but they are well what we have now does as well. Like yeah, and for the rest, yeah, you wake up, you go to class if there is any, and then you work for a while. You have some free time. Yeah, it's a lot of work. Don't underestimate it.
Okay. Thank you, Rufus. So sounds like a lot of work, and that we'll cover that in our next question as well. Ken, Vital, anything to add?
Yeah, for me it's different now because I'm doing an internship. I haven't been actually on the campus since like maybe late September, early October, something like that. I haven't been there for a while. Typical day is usually depending on the day, but I wake up very early, go for a run, then very long shower, then start my internship. You like join a meeting or whatever, and then you work. But a couple of years ago, when I was actually able to go on campus, it was just you wake up, you go to school. Like lab classes, for instance, it's really well done. I think the teacher just teaches, like he does stuff, and you have to kind of like if he's modeling something in 3D, explaining his steps, then you just kind of follow his steps. And if there's any questions, you just raise your hand, and a teacher in the back will just come to you and fix whatever issue you have without like interrupting the whole class. And I feel like I don't know the flow works really well. Yeah, that's it. I would say what's really important is to find a way, especially now, to have some like social contact in some way, because that's really important. I think like doing DAE like completely by yourself without any help is very, very difficult. Like friends and other classmates are a very, very big help. There's always going to be someone better than you at something, so you can always learn from someone else. And exercise is very important. Please exercise.
Definitely. Great point. And where do you do your internship at, Ken, if I may ask?
The simulation crew in the Netherlands. It's a very small company. They make mostly VR games. I went there Monday. It was a 6-hour drive. That was fun. Well, it was 6 hours like back and forth, right?
Good
It was
for you.
3-hour drive and then 3-hour drive back. Because in the Netherlands, their corona restrictions are not as, I guess, tough as they are here now. Yeah, just put on like the VR goggles, and I never tried VR as well, which is nice. And then the first VR game that I played was one that I helped making, which was really, really cool. It was this like cute little stylized scene with like a little lake, some rocks, and you could like throw stones in the water and stuff. It's very like relaxing game. It's really nice.
Wow. It's not
I don't
every
know if
day
I'm
that
allowed- I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but yeah.
It's okay. We'll be just fine. Vital, anything that you are willing to share about your routine at DIE?
I think it's practically the same as every first-year student this moment. Yeah, wake up. Mostly of the time, I'll just join our call from our class, and then people join me, or there's already people inside, and we work a bit, and then play some games together, and then we work a bit more, and then the day is over. Yeah.
All
that's
right.
practically
So,
it.
perfect segue into my next question for you all, the workload at DIE. So we hear a lot that DIE is a particularly demanding curriculum with a lot of work. And I hear it from you all as well. How have you experienced this? Is it really the workload that you hear it's going to be? What has it looked like for you in terms of working for school per week?
Well, I'll say it is a lot of work, but it's not unmanageable. So, like, yeah, I guess you have to work, but you do get enough free time to not lose all motivation. And as Ken said before as well, is that the work doesn't always feel like work because there's a lot of stuff that's actually a lot of fun to do as well. So that definitely helps as well with with what you're doing basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else would like to share? Do you have time besides your classes for free time, social activities, things like that? I also saw in the chat a question about nightlife. This obviously has looked a bit different this past year, but free time in general, how does that look like in comparison to the workload that you have as a student here?
I feel like free time it's definitely manageable. You can go to college and just party all day, or like it's every single night. You just get like it's not. Of course, you're gonna fail. That's not. You go to college like wanting to hone a skill. You don't like high school. It's mandatory. Okay, sure, but college isn't. So if you do something in college, make sure that it's something that you actually want to do, and that you can just work like spend a lot of time in doing. I guess. Nightlife, there is no nightlife. It's Corona. You're not allowed to party. But without Corona, nightlife, there's every Thursday there's a study night. It's cool, and they open the bar, which is really, really fun. It's not super productive. It's supposed to be, but it's not really. But it's just
sometimes
fun
but it could be.
it could
maybe.
very well be. Yes, it could very well be. But I just don't think I can be productive holding a beer. Yeah, the bar is open, and you're just there with your friends, and you work. There's a lot of teachers there too that you can talk to, and you could ask questions to, and whatever. It's just really fun. And the school does organize like a lot of social activities. I don't know how they're doing it with Corona because I haven't been in school for such a long time. I'm doing internship now, but usually what is it, like Tuesdays there's something, I think. Right? Yeah.
Anyone would like to touch on free time, community activities, what you do besides schoolwork? Study nights is one example. Anybody want to touch more so on that?
Well, I wanted to join the study nights, but I never did. So I can't really. I'm sorry, but I can't really tell anything about that.
Bo, it's
I
not
wanted
too late.
to join it. What?
I said, Bo, it's not too late.
What do you mean? But isn't it like on Thursdays and stuff like that?
Yes,
well,
it is.
The thing is, I would like to go to my I don't know what is it called, my cot, my dorm in Kortrijk. But the problem is like going to Kortrijk for just a one-day activity is kind of like, because I need to take the train for at least about, I think, 3 hours. So that's a problem. If you have to go and take the train for 3 hours for just one day activity. But I can imagine the activities to be actually quite good because I've heard a lot of positive comments about that. So yeah, honestly, also about the tasks and stuff like that, we get a lot of tasks, but they give it on beforehand, so you can always work up to those tasks. So you can plan really easily in DAE, I guess. Sorry to get back to that point.
Yeah, of course. No worries. No problem at all. Marcelo, Rufus, Vital, anything to add?
I need to say something after this because I've been going to the study nights. I think I've missed one study night or maybe two study nights in this year. I love the study nights. They're great. And they work as both ways. So I'm a guy, sadly, who tends to be a little bit behind on my assignments. The way school works is you get like these milestones. You have ungraded assignments. So you kind of know where you should be by which week. And then you get the end assignment, which is graded, and this counts for everything. And so I tend to be a little bit behind these milestones, these ungraded milestones. So I tend to maybe need to work more. And the way the study nights work, they're great. If you are behind, you get different rooms. You get like the lounge, for example. The bar is open. Now it's a little bit tricky. I think at the moment it's closed, but hopefully it'll be opening again. But the lounge is like a room where you can discuss, you can talk a little bit more. But school also has quiet rooms. And now, for example, if I'm falling very behind with something, I will go to study night, but I'll sign myself into one of the quiet rooms. And that means there's no music playing. You can still talk to other students, maybe ask questions, because someone, I think, Ken said it, that someone always knows more than you. So just asking someone, hey, can you quickly look over this? is helpful. And so in the quiet rooms, I'll study a lot more. But then other times where, because I'm falling behind in the workload, I get so hyper focused on just working and I forget to eat. I don't talk to my friends. I don't attend classes. I'm just so focused on working because I need to get this done. Then the study night functions as like a breath of fresh air. You go, you sign yourself into the lounge, and then it's just a night where, okay, just like relax, and I can see my friends now. And even with Corona, we need to keep a little bit of distance. We can still talk to each other, and it's a more a relaxing atmosphere. So the study night has both options available, and it's great.
So it sounds like the community definitely, the community support and having people around you plays a significant role at DAE, which is it's great to hear. And another question I see from the chat and touches on actually, Marcelo, something that you just said. How do you all balance a healthy lifestyle in DAE? How do you tend to manage sleep, how you eat, exercising, and things like that?
Honestly, in this period, you don't. Yeah, I'll just put it out there. You actually don't. It's as you said, it's hard to, because sometimes you just delay your assignments. I know it's not a good thing to do, honestly. But sometimes you just delay your assignments, which gives you sometimes a little bit of a trouble, because it messes up your sleeping schedule. It messes up your eating schedule, because sometimes I keep on delaying my eating schedule. I wake up later, I eat later, I go to bed later. I don't miss my lessons though, which is good. But
so it's very important to follow the lessons as well. That's another question I had.
It is important, because sometimes you just miss one lesson and you get into the next lesson and you're like, what is happening? I don't understand. But it's not always like that though. It's not always like that. I'm referring to, I think, business management a little bit, and programming, because I'm gonna just put it out there. Like, programming is an actual study that you need to keep updated on. Let me say it like that. I don't really know how to explain it. It's just something you need to keep updated on. Yeah.
One more about maintaining a healthy lifestyle at DAE, even during the Corona period.
I would say
Wait, should I go? Who wants to go?
Yeah, sorry. You go.
Well, it's fine for me. Do you want to go?
Yeah, sure, okay.
Okay.
I'm just here to say that it's not impossible to have like a normal sleeping schedule. Like, you know, I wake up in the mornings, I eat at a normal time and stuff. And as for like workouts or exercise, it's, you know, you just gotta start doing it, I guess. Because like, I don't do them enough, I guess, but every now and then I do a little workout just to not, you know, do nothing, I guess. But yeah.
All right. Unfortunately, I'd love to discuss further with you all, but we are actually out of time. Just one last thing to close out this student panel. Final words for prospective DAE students. What would you have to say to all of those out on YouTube?
I would just say, learn to the projects that you make during school. Learn to love, like, just love your projects. Just do stuff that you like doing. If you get in a certain assignment and you don't certainly like it, find some way to, like, I don't know, be creative, and just love your work. And if you enjoy what you're doing, all the like hard work and the hours of sleep that you miss, it's kind of just it's all secondary, because you just love your work so much.
All right. Thank you, Ken.
Yes,
Anyone else?
What I would like to say is, don't worry, you will get better at it. I mean, I started out not even being able to draw a stick figure, and now I can draw like tiny monsters and shade them correctly and stuff like that. And just don't worry, you will get better, and you will start from zero.
All right. Thank you so much, Vital.
I want to last word. As a last word, I would like to also say, because the way DAE works, we are kind of taught to be generalists. So we have 5 different modules, each a different topic. It's a lot to do. You're going to hear every day, I think, until the end of your studies, that the workload at DAE is really, it's a lot to do, but it's not impossible. And also from these 5 modules, there's going to be at least one that you're really, really bad at. And I just wish the best of luck, and kind of like Vital said, I think, or I might be getting confused. It's possible to get through it, and once you do actually get through, it's actually really, really worth it, especially with the DAE community. It's insane. I mean, we get free food sometimes. It's crazy. But yeah, it's possible to do it. Yeah.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you so much, Marcelo. Thank you so much. Bo, Rufus, last words?
I'd say, like, if you're thinking about it and you feel like you're motivated, just do it, because it's worth it. It's like, if you're motivated, the workload doesn't feel as bad as it actually, is. I don't know. But just, I'd give it a try at least, because I have not regretted it at all.
All right, great. And Bo?
Well, as Ken said, love your work, and it pays off in the end. That's all I had to add up, honestly.
Great. Bo, Marcelo, Rufus, Vital, and Ken, thank you so much for joining us and talking a little bit to what life is really like at DAE and in Kortrijk. Coming up next, we're going to take a look into some behind-the-scenes, super cool projects that are going on at DAE, and then we'll hear from more major coordinators and hear from more students. So hang in there. We'll be right back with you all. Thanks again, student panel, for joining.
Hello and welcome to this introduction to Autodesk Maya. My name is Goedele. I'm a teacher at Digital Arts and Entertainment, and I'm going to show you an introduction on how to work with the modeling tools of Maya. But first, I will talk a little bit about what is Autodesk, what is high poly modeling, low poly modeling, and yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Ever wonder how the games you play and create actually impact the world around us? Introducing Game for Thought, DIE's newest live stream series tackling ethically relevant topics in the industry. Streaming monthly from our campus, The Level, we'll explore topics at the intersection of social ethics and our world of gaming.
So why is it okay for films and cinema and movies to have so much sex and violence, but it's such a big discussion when it comes to video games? Robin, do you want to take this one on?
Yeah, I think it is indeed a little bit weird that we've had that in film well, film has been around for a lot longer, but that we've had that in film for a very long time. And of course, there has been some discussion about it. But now that it comes into games, we have a lot more uproar about the topic. Now, you do have to keep in mind that in general, when we consume film versus when we consume games,
Welcome to another tutorial from Digital Arts Entertainment. In today's episode, I'm going to take a look at level decoration and how you can do that inside of Unreal Engine. My name is Dries De Regge and I'm a teacher at Digital Arts Entertainment as well. And I'm going to give you guys a tour of Unreal Engine. And you can see this kind of as a starter guide to some introduction settings to Unreal Engine, how to set up a quick project, how to get started with creating levels inside of Unreal Engine.
Hello, I'm Vicky Vermeulen, coordinator of the Applied Research Group at HOS Digital Arts and Entertainment. And in this video I will give you a sneak preview of several proof of concepts that came out of recent projects. At DAE Research we aim to work on innovative use cases in close cooperation with local companies and organizations with 3 goals in mind. 1. Scouting state-of-the-art technology we see in game and VFX industry and in academic papers. 2. Test this technology in order to update our curriculum with the latest knowledge. 3. Help translate this technology to a broader audience to stimulate sector innovations. These 3 goals all help create new markets for our alumni and local companies. The technologies that are currently being explored are XR, procedural 3D, artificial intelligence, computer vision, hybrid ray tracing and motion capture. As you will notice, some of the demos in this video are aimed at innovations in Industry 4.0, in healthcare, in sports, but also in education, construction, textile and many more. We aim to involve third-year DAE students as much as possible by providing research topics and hardware in the grad work module and in group projects. And every year we have open internship positions as well. For a full overview on our work, please check out the DAE website. I hope to see you soon.
Hi guys, this is Tom. They asked me to tell you guys for the DAE Vault series to tell you a bit about programming in C++. That has been one of these things that I promised I would do and then didn't realize what the problem that would be, because let's face it, C++ is not something I can explain to you guys in 1 hour. Our students do several years to really master C++. So what I'm gonna do is introduce you a bit to the concept of programming in C++.
It's super amazing. I was so stoked because I was one of the contribution of it, and it's making me feel like, wow, I did something. It really boosts my confidence in my works.
It's a good feeling, it's exciting, it's cool to know that you're part of it.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. It's an honor, to be honest. That extra thing, just my work on the trophy, and it's a really nice trophy, and it's just, yeah, it's a really nice feeling.
It's good, it was exciting, because it was something different. It was feedback from other people than just your teachers or your friends?
It was kind of special, so to say. I placed all my work on there, and I definitely got some good feedback. I talked with some people.
There's definitely like a technicality with which we learn. If you graduate from DAE, you will be on point with your technical knowledge of your software and of computers. You will know what's happening, and that is a thing that the industry really requires of you. Everything about it is made to prepare you for the industry.
I really love the environment here. It's really open and friendly. I really like the teachers here. They really like friendly, and you can come up to them and ask anything and they will find it, and everyone is helping each other. It's feel like everyone is growing, so I really love it.
It does not feel like a school. You learn a lot, you learn a lot of stuff really fast, and you really grow in like 3 to 4 years. But you just enter the school and you really get this warm feeling of people trying to help each other, and it's incredible to say. It's like the best 3 years I've had.
If it's your thing, I would absolutely recommend DAE. Certainly at this moment, I don't think there's really a better place to go.
Well, and then you hear these stories about recruitment, how it's sometimes hard for women to get into the industry, because one of the main recruitment questions seems to be how well are you invested in the gaming culture? So how much of a gamer are you yourself? And I was just wondering when I read that, do you need to be a gamer to make really good games?
I don't think so. I think you should be able to enter the industry without being a gamer, as they call it.
Hello everyone, my name is Oscar Keuken, and in this video I will show you the joys of sculpting in Pixelogic ZBrush. Quick about me, I am a character artist in the game industry. I worked on IPs like Fortnite, Darksiders, and Spyro. And for the past 3 years I've also been a lecturer at Digital Arts and Entertainment in Belgium, a game university that focuses on the development of video games, both for the art side and the programming, the more technical side, but also focuses on film, video, and special effects. Before we start sculpting, let's take a look at what we will be creating.
Ever wonder how the games you play and create actually impact the world around us? Introducing Game for Thought, DAE's newest live stream series tackling ethically relevant topics in the industry. Streaming monthly from our campus, The Level, we'll explore topics at the intersection of social ethics and our world of gaming.
If a government thinks an industry isn't able to self-regulate, is to put regulations on it. In Belgium, loot boxes have been effectively banned. Is that a way to regulate? Is there a way to regulate addictiveness? How do you go about that? Is that a right decision?
We were very much in favor of the ban on loot boxes. So that seemed for us the right decision. Why? Also because we want to make it very clear that there should be a great distinction between gaming and gambling. We are not accepting that there are gambling elements in games, just because we are aware that also vulnerable people like youngsters are playing this, and we do not want to expose them to.
Hello and welcome in this episode of the DAE Vault series. My name is Arno De Regge. I'm a teacher at HOS DAE, where I mainly focus on 2D and 3D art related courses. In this video, we will go over the process of creating a small stylized environment scene. For this, we will only use Photoshop, and we will do this, in this video, we will go over the full process of how you can create something like this.
What do you feel is going to be the biggest positive to come from AI in the next 10, 20 years? Or what do you hope is going to be the next big positive? Yes, Milan.
I think AI could play a big role in making ourselves sustainable on this planet. Because a big thing right now is that we are not living a lifestyle that is sustainable. This is going to end someday unless we do something about it.
Hello everyone, welcome to this new series in the DAE Vault series, episode number 6, which is called Pre-Production. My name is Arno De Regge. I'm a teacher at DAE, Digital Arts and Entertainment. So today what I want to talk about, I think, is pre-production and what pre-production is in industry, but also what pre-production is here at Digital Arts Entertainment.
Ever wonder how the games you play and create actually impact the world around us? Introducing Game for Thought, DAE's newest live stream series tackling ethically relevant topics in the industry. Streaming monthly from our campus, The Level, we'll explore topics at the intersection of social ethics and our world of gaming.
Losing access to, for example, your Facebook account, let's take that. That sounds like a luxury problem, or isn't it?
It depends on who you're talking to, I guess. Maybe Facebook not anymore, but I can imagine that, for example, Instagram or TikTok or another account can be very meaningful for other people, for maybe especially young people. We do know that social media, and I'm not talking just about correlation, but also causal relationships, can positively influence your relationships that you have with your friends, can positively influence your social capital or the way that you present yourself. Of course, there are also negative things, but don't underestimate that social media still plays a big part for many people in developing who they are and their social network.
Hey, welcome. My name is Jan Menzel. I work as a lecturer at HOS DAE, and today in this next iteration of the Vault series, I would like to show you a bit why even as an artist, it's quite crucial that you learn a basic understanding of math, and especially much more important that you learn creative ways how to use it.
All right, everyone, and we are back. We will hear from 3 more of our major coordinators here at Digital Arts and Entertainment. In case you're just joining us now, not a problem at all. My name is Allie Weiss, and I am a community manager here at Digital Arts and Entertainment, commonly referred to as DIE, and I'm really excited to be hosting this stream today. Our first major coordinator joining us for this half of the stream is the major coordinator for the game development curriculum. And I am joined with Alex Vanden Abila, and I've been practicing his name for a long time now, so hopefully I did not ruin it. Alex.
You got very close, closer than last time, so very good.
I'm learning. Growth. It's lovely. All right, Alex, super happy to have you here with us today.
Likewise.
Thank you so much. So game development. In this major, what kinds of things can I expect to learn in comparison with some of the other majors that are offered?
Right. Oh, great. Oh, very broad question. Okay. What can you expect to learn? We aim for our students to be able to work as programmers, so to speak, in all major AAA studios, game productions. If it's technical and game related, we should expect them to be there as programmers or technical people. We are still DAE students, so you have you end up as a technical artist, so to speak, but your major is more programming wise. So we go very technical. I want our students to be able to be a programmer in companies working on engines, on game technology. That doesn't even have to be games itself, or games. And so quite broad, but down to the technical level.
Okay, great. So a question that we very commonly actually get asked with the game development curriculum. There are other degree programs out there like applied computer sciences, other programming curriculums. What sets the DAE game dev curriculum apart from some of those other applied majors?
Yeah, indeed. Very good question. Indeed, you could get I myself, I am a master in computer science, and I rolled into the game industry, so it's definitely an option to choose that career path as well. The advantage there is that you will be taught in a very broad spectrum of software development. So what we offer is we will focus a lot more on game-related technology. So it's not as broad; it's more focused. Plus, we have the added advantage that we also have this artistical side still. I mean, we are still teaching you to become a programmer, a developer, but we have each semester there is an artistical course as well in our curriculum. And although our students kind of hate that, I know that, they are wrong to hate it. They should not hate it because it's what sets them apart on the job market. As a programmer, if you are capable of creating your own assets, working with these 3D assets to understanding the workflow and understand the things that artists need to do to create their content, then you are capable to adjust your software to that, build tools for them, create technology for them. Also, you're able to gauge whether or not the art assets that you get from your artists, whether they made well or not. I mean, you are able to see what an issue is in an art asset because you know that the things you need to do to create these things. It's not our focus, of course, now to create the most beautiful art in the world. That's GGP's department and 3D animation and all. But we have to understand the processes. That's super important. And it's that aspect that we offer to our students that sets us apart from these other more software development related courses that you can follow. That plus, we also have together with all the other majors, we have the good name of DAE. We can offer you a more direct path into a game development career. It's not that you don't have that as a software developer, certainly not, but we have a lot of tools for you as a student to get your career running.
Okay, lovely. So diving right into the curriculum, Alex, what kind of courses can I expect to take within the game development major? And you mentioned art slightly.
Yeah.
What
indeed.
kind of form does that take in the curriculum?
Well, first of all, we're programmers, so we have programming courses, obviously, and that's the meat of it, of course. I think that 60% of some is programming related courses. In the second year, it's even a little bit more, I think. But we have the programming related courses, take that at 60%. Then we have like 20% of art courses. Actually, it boils down to there's one course of art rated course per semester. So it starts with 2D, and you need to know your Photoshop skills. You need to know how these assets are created. It's actually important for UI and everything. If you're going to be a programmer that deals with UI, you need to be able to do that 2D stuff as well. 2D games, same thing actually. And then we have 3D1 in the first semester, in the first year. That's the basic 3D modeling, etc. We need to be able to do that. We have a few game design courses, but not that much. I mean, it's not our focus of game development to be game designers, but we do have to understand the principles, again, to be able to create tools and to work with game designers as well. We need to be on the same level, so it's important to have these courses as well, although not our focus. And then, of course, we are and that's maybe what you were aiming for, we are the the mayor with the most math, of course.
Right, and as noted before, you can't escape math. That was Robin's one of his number one points.
Yeah, I was watching the stream and I noticed how math
it's coming
came back and back, and now it has reached its high peak at game development. So we're the most heaviest course on math, with good reason. I mean, everything you see on screen when you're creating games, everything that's 3D, even 2D, there's nothing more than a giant computing machine doing math, and you're the one who told the computer what to calculate as a programmer. So you cannot tell the computer what to calculate if you do not understand the calculations yourself. And so games is all about throwing vertices and matrices at the screen. So you'll need to understand how that works. So indeed, we're math heavy. Although, I mean, we're not teaching rocket science here. That's you can do that somewhere else. Yeah, voila. So it's really applied to the math that you need to build games. So and the same goes for the physics. We also have physics in those courses. So yeah, we need a little bit of basic physics to understand how movement works, how interaction between materials works, to have physics interactions and simulations in games, right? You need to know how light works, which is actually also very mathematical. You need to know how light works to be able to write render software. So yeah, you need this math. But as I said, it's not the hardest stuff that you could. It's also applied, like I already said. That means it's not we're giving you some math, a broad range of all kinds of math that you can learn, and then hopefully some of it sticks and you can use it. No, we are really going for it. You need to know this because we're going to use it there.
Exactly. So you see exactly how that math takes shape in a practical way instead of just learning.
Absolutely. You'll be programming software around the math, right? That you'll apply it immediately. Yeah.
Okay. If I am a student looking to study game development, is there any knowledge that I would need to know in advance? Do I need to have prior experience? Would it help me if I had prior experience with programming, per se?
Yeah. There's no need for prior experience at all. It helps with the math a bit, of course, but programming-wise, we start from the bottom. We'll explain what a variable is. We'll explain what a for loop is, and we'll explain what a class is. So that's basic concepts, right? So if you have seen that already, of course, that's a plus. I think that most schools in Belgium provide some form of slight scripting or programming in C# or something related, or Visual Basic or something. That's always a plus, right? If you know the concept of variables and functions and classes, that's a plus. But we start from the bottom. We teach C++. C++ is still with good reason, the de facto standard language that we use in software development for games. So normally you haven't seen that in secondary school, C++. So we start from the bottom for everyone, whether or not you saw that or not. Of course, if you already learned C# or something else, that's a plus. It will be a lot easier in the first semester, only in the first semester. From then on, you'll just go along with the rest of us. Yeah.
All right. And another question for you that many people ask, the game development major, how might it differ from a major, for example, like independent game production, where students also need to have some kind of a programming background as well?
Yeah, true. I always find that a hard question because it's and that's also why it is a question. The distinction between IGP and the other majors. GD is really about production. We are going to make the game. Give us what you want. Game designer, tell us what you want us to make. Game artist, give us your art assets. Tell us what the game has to do, and we make it happen. We are not really involved in having an overview of the overall process, thinking about the business side, think about marketing. All that stuff is not something that I imagine our students to be doing later. That is the focus of IGP. Being able to get a game from the ground up on the market, and so they will have all the tools they need to be knowledgeable about the entire process and even capable of chipping in on the entire process, but they also need to take lead. Our students also definitely can take programmer lead positions or something. Definitely, I would imagine that, or art, technical art lead or something. That's definitely possible. But completely production-wise, that's not the aim for GD. And that's the difference. We will be more technical. We also go deeper in the hardware. So in IGP, you learn to program in C#. That's because it's very game development language. You really are programming the game in game development, and we want to also be able to write a technology that you use to create games, and that's the engine, that's the tools, that's whatever 3D aspect or AI aspect even that you want to have in your game. You have to be able to program that. That's not really creating the game, it's creating the technology. And you should be able to do that as a GD student, and that's how it differs from IGP, in my opinion.
Okay, understood. Say I graduate from DAE studying game development. What kinds of job opportunities can I expect, and where? Geographically,
lots of them.
Everywhere.
No, yeah, everywhere. Yeah, no, we have lots of. I mean, the job prospects of GD are very good actually. There's a lot of titles that you can wear actually, ranging from gameplay programmer, obviously, engine programmer, graphics programmer, AI programmer, whatever. All these separate technologies, we touch upon them all. You specialize in one of those or a few of those, and then there are multiple branches that you can and then specialize in and go further in and find jobs in. So that's broad. Of course, we see other stuff as well, like game design and art. I already said that. Makes you possible to take a little bit more of the game design side, or a little bit higher, a little bit to the towards IGP is also possible. I mean, we have the advantage also that technically we are also a software education, a software development education. So if you want to go work not in the games industry, that happens sometimes, that students think, oh, games, actually no, nothing for me. You still have a software development diploma in your pocket, so you can actually go in every software development company as well. Of course, web technology is not something that we really see here, so might not be as a web developer, but I mean, there's lots of other stuff that you can do. Actually, because we are teaching C++, and there's not many C++ programmers anymore out there. So if you're saying, okay, I don't want to do games, but I do want to do C++, actually, you stand to have high salaries later on.
So it's actually, many students do enter the game industry, but it sounds more flexible than...
Yeah, I think if I look at the numbers, and I do them yearly, I think that on a 2 years basis, I think 60% of our graduates end up in games, and then the other 40% in other industries.
Okay,
so, yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
All right. More of a logistical question for you, Alex. What kinds of programs can students expect to use? What kinds of things will students have their hands on in the game development curriculum?
Actually, in game development, it's limited in the sense that all you need is a text editor. So we write code, we write text, and then we hit run, and then the code does all kinds of cool stuff.
So just a text editor.
So we need a text editor, and of course, we use Visual Studio, which is one of the text editors out there. But nothing. I mean, I wouldn't mind if you are capable of using another text editor and you get to compile your program as well. Why not use whatever text editor that you want? Of course, we'll be teaching you how Visual Studio does it, right? But you should be capable to work with any. Let not hold you back. Apart from that, I also want our students to work with any engine that there possibly exists, right? So it's more about the theory behind engines. We will not teach you how to use an engine per se. That being said, we will work at some point with either Unity or Unreal, or actually both. So that's also something. And in the art courses, you probably use Maya, but that you should ask Dries, but you already
Okay.
did. And
Okay.
so we use the software that they use there.
Okay, great.
But apart from that, yeah, text editor and sometimes an engine. Voila, that's it.
All right, sounds good.
We write it ourselves, the software. That's the idea.
Nice, independent.
Yeah, voila.
All right. I wonder, Alex, what kind of students are you looking for the game development curriculum? I know another broad question.
I want the bright ones.
All right.
No. The stupid ones can come too. No, that's a joke. No.
Anyone.
They can all come. No. I'm looking for the ones that know where they're going to start on. Game development is a very creative thing. Okay, we're writing software. We're not artists, but do not mistake software development for something boring. It's actually a very creative process. So you should be a creative person that takes pleasure out of writing code and then seeing it in action and having a good feeling, a good confirmation about that, that you created something and you see it alive on the screen. That's actually the cool thing about games. I mean, it really comes alive on the screen. The other thing that's also cool about game development is that it involves so much science. We do math, we do physics, we do AI, we do software design, development. All these things come together in one piece of software, a game. If you find joy in that, in creating these things, then I can offer you something in game development. It should, for me, this is a hobby. I like to create software and games, and in particular, and because I find joy in getting it to work and having the results of that. If you can share that joy in creating stuff, then you're at a great place, because you'll get a lot of assignments, and if you then say, oh, I have to do this assignment, that's boring, or I don't want to do that, then you just chose wrong. And so I'm looking for the creative persons that find joy in creating stuff.
All right, creative people who find joy in creating things out there. Game development at DAE might be something for you.
Yep.
Alex, any last words?
Any last words? That's a difficult question.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm throwing them at you today.
Because I actually already said it. If you really are into the creative process of transforming code into a very cool either tool or a digital experience, an entertainment product, then you're at the right place with GD. Because of the DAE and the good names that we already got by now, we can offer you a very good career path that I can almost guarantee give you a position somewhere in the game industry. So come and try us out. We'll see how far we can get you.
All right, Alex, thank you so much for joining me today.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Fun as always.
Likewise.
Hope you enjoy your Saturday. We will be up next with yet another major, the sound design curriculum. So we'll see you in just a little bit. Hang tight. All right, and we are back. We're going to hear from yet another major coordinator. Here with me, we have Alexander De Regge, and he is the major coordinator for our brand new sound design curriculum. Alexander, great to have you here, as always.
Hi, Ali.
Hello,
I'm
Alexander.
very happy to be here. Thank you for the nice introduction.
Thank you. So sound design, it's a new major here at DAE, a new curriculum. Tell me a little bit about how it's gone for this first pilot year.
Well, we had done a bit of a preparatory minor, so to say. We got some feedback out of this, redid and reshuffled a bit. We basically found out that there was enough opportunity to turn this into a full-blown major. We are running it the first year, as you mentioned. We're trying to run out some of the kinks. We have experienced that some of our students are struggling with the intensity of the program because it's they get into the program for the sound, and the first year is actually a GD crash course, so to say, and we are trying to basically convince our students that the first year it really takes the determination, it really takes the dedication, and the second year is the payoff where you get to do all these crazy cool stuff with sound, but you need to know the basics of game design, game mechanics, programming first, so that you can actually implement the sound. It's going well. It's really intense curriculum so far. We're going to see if we can ameliorate that in the foreseeable future. But once the students know their basics, then the second year, which is soon to be upon us, will be a total reward. Like first year, only 2 audio courses. Second year, if you really calculate a lot of them, it's going to be like 6 full-blown, 7 if you really push the envelope out there, 7 courses in which you are completely submerged in audio. I mean, what's not to like for an audio person?
I can't think of anything.
Neither can I.
So it sounds like the first year, really what you put into your work in the first year, which is the basics kind of, that pays off in the second year, and it's also a little bit more audio.
Well, in the first year you get the audio basics. So you learn what about sonology, acoustics. We go over all the individual parts of what builds a good sound design. So we look at how to create sound effects, how we basically operate our digital audio workstation, which is our main tool, how we operate that well. And the main focus of the audio courses of the first year is on linear production. So spatialization, where do you basically pan the sound, where is it coming from, how do you master sound, how do you use your equalization, how do you do your EQs properly, that in terms of the sound. And meanwhile, you are picking up all these new and intriguing skills of how to master the art of designing a game, because you cannot be ignorant about that. You are somewhere along in the pipeline of game making. Once you master those 2 things, those 2 components, the second year we bring it all together and you learn everything about middleware. You learn how to implement sounds in engines directly. We use Unreal, we use Unity. How to use it in engine directly. You learn how to create your sounds in your digital audio workstation and then bounce them to your middleware, which basically has everything nicely talking to one another. It's really a process where you learn, where you evolve from individual pieces of software to a total all-encompassing, shall I put it that way, integration of your different softwares, and you really understand the pipeline of the game, and you know where and how to add all the sounds to the different parts, bobs and bits.
Okay, and it sounds pretty technical, and I understand that it's also technically part of the game development umbrella, shall we say. So can you tell us a little bit more about the technicalities of sound design?
Well, when we started with the major, basically the need that existed in industry was not so much that there were no good sound designers. I mean, there's a lot of people with a good set of ears attached to their heads who know a good sound when they hear it. The actual tricky part is to make that sound, to create that sound, to make that sound loopable, and then to make it so that it can actually function in a game. And that is actually the part where most of the traditional sound designers struggle. That link between making good sound and then getting it into a game, that is the part, that is what we want to actually address with this curriculum. Basically, all the students that we have lined up who stuck with us throughout that first year, and I know it's challenging. Second one is the reward, guys. Stick with the program. All the guys that are now in that program are pretty much sure to get a job because of that simple fact. There is insufficient people who know good sound design who actually know how to do the implementation thereof.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right. I do see a couple questions from the chat. So the first one, Alexander, can you follow sound design in both English and Dutch?
Well, the focus, because we're a small degree still, if we want to do basically double education, both in Dutch and in English, right now the main focus is on English.
Okay.
There are some parts, and most of the teachers have their C1, so they teach in English, but they are approachable in Dutch. The classes and the class materials, most of it are predominantly in English.
Okay.
So yeah, English is it's also the main language of the industry. So we're actually prepping you for that straight away.
Right.
And also maybe this is a disclaimer in advance, but if you are going to be serious about becoming an audio developer, so not a sound designer per se, but more towards the developing side of audio, most of the jobs which are ample and in existence, but they are offered abroad. In most of the cases.
Okay, great to know. Great to know. Yeah. One more question from the chat that I see that's very interesting. Do you also receive voice acting?
Let's go into the
curriculum.
In the curriculum itself. So the first year is we only have 2 courses on audio stricto sensu, which are completely focused on learning linear production. So we use basically VFX movies that were built in-house, and we learn how to do all the different types that can be voiceovers. We teach you how to record voiceovers. That can be sound effects. We teach you how to work on ambient noises. We teach you how to do some rudimentary composition, even though that's not the main focal point of the degree. In the second year, we have some breakout courses, which are actually specialist courses. And one of those specialist courses is voice and Foley. We teach you how to do vocables, how to do voice direction, how to basically plan out a full translation of N,000 line game, which you have to voice direct, which you have to actually voice cast for. We teach you how to record those voices with different setups of microphones. We teach you how to properly use shotgun microphones, how to use condenser mics, when and why would you use dynamic mics like the one I'm holding right now. I mean, all that good stuff. How do you master that? How do you? There's a small portion of basically audio engineering in there as well, because you have to know how to make your setup, connect the cables. When do you use phantom power? All that good stuff. It's not rocket science, as my previous colleague.
For rocket science?
For rocket science, you are at the wrong school. But it's really pleasant, and you pick up a lot of things which most of the teachers in the curriculum picked up one way or other along their career. I mean, there's always going to be like something intricate or something weird about your setup, and you have to figure it out. And we try to impart you with as much wisdom as we can offer to tackle those tricky bits and bobs that you encounter along your along your way as an audio developer, as a sound designer.
All right. And since this is a school that focuses on the game industry, the film industry also, if I graduate from the sound design curriculum, what kinds of jobs can I be looking at? And you also mentioned that mainly abroad. Or not mainly, but there's lots of opportunities abroad.
If you have the chops already, so it's basically a question of where do you put your focus. we do need sound designers to work on linear production, and that's super fine. And there's a lot of schools who teach you that around Flanders or internationally, who really have a good track record about that. What makes this curriculum unique? So you will get the proper chops and skills to work on linear production, to basically make a mix down that goes along to a VFX movie, or it could be a commercial. You know how to build up a proper sound design on linear production. The thing where we want to make the actual difference with other curricula, and where I think we succeed, because this is our unique selling point, so to say, is where we actually teach you how to do that stuff on nonlinear production. So basically triggering and organizing and programming all those sounds in a sense that you have a character that dominates the action, and all the sounds are properly spatialized and triggered in a way in which they have, in order in which they have to appear, and coinciding with all the conditions in which they need to appear. I'm not going to go in too much detail, but that is basically where we put the focus of our prospective alumni on. They will be able to tackle precisely that, and that is what most other schools, in my experience, cannot deliver as much as we can.
Okay, all right. For students that are thinking about studying sound design at DAE,
do it.
Do it, says Alexander. What should they be thinking about in advance? Is there any preparation that should be done before coming to Kortrijk?
Well, let's talk about the three-headed dragon called math and physics. It is a reality of this curriculum, and the same thing goes for GD. You will get applied math and physics, you will get game mechanics, you will get algorithms, you will get programming. Those are all challenging courses. So if you only have a rudimentary knowledge of math, that is something that you, or math or programming, that's something that you either during your studies here or in preparation thereof will have to address one way or other. You can do it. You can basically follow the courses here and hit the ground running. I mean, once again referring to we are not the rocket scientists here. It can be done. Just stick with the courses, but the first year is it's basically it's quite challenging, and I think it's no use lying to the students about that. If you have a good set of ears and you have the determination and the dedication to get through that first year, the second year is really the reward, because you learn so much about interactive audio. I mean, you basically learn how to program your own iOS devices for audio analysis or audio playback. You get to program your own VST plugins. I know that's a lot of mumbo jumbo, but the audio people out there
absolutely.
will completely understand what I'm talking about. I mean, it really teaches you the whole hoopla, the whole gauntlet of what you can actually accomplish in audio and do with audio. So yeah, the thing is, if you are knowledgeable about sound, don't have to be a musician per se. If you like sound, if you like to tinker with sound, then I recommend you put forth the effort to. Basically, the first year is the ticket of admittance to the second year, to get into all those weird, funky sound classes. If you have the dedication, go ahead with it, and know in advance that you have to tame the dragon, the three-headed beast of math, physics, and the programming courses. They are in that program, and my first year students now, they really have the audio chops. So I'm really, we're pulling hard to get them to that second year and to actually reward them.
Right.
But it's challenging for them, the whole programming thing. It's the name of the game. If you want to be in game audio, that is what you have to suffer for.
Right. Right.
You have to suffer for your arts, man.
It won't always be suffering, right? Sound design is
Now
incredibly
it's,
fun.
no, it's super fun. And actually, the second year, if when you get into those breakout courses, that is the cherry on top of the pie, man.
Nice. And you'll get to the cherry on top of the pie.
Yeah.
One last question from the chat, actually. Will you actually make the music of a game in sound design? So with the audio, if I'm a student,
Once we get to the game project, that is in semester 4, so second part of the second year, are in the group projects, first semester, third year. We basically have the Artesis Plantain High School on call. That's conservatory students who are working on composition. So if you're not really into making your own music, we have that as a backup call. If you want to make your own music and you have proven in the first and the second year that you have the chops to do so, by all means, make your own composition.
Okay.
I mean, we would be stupid to prevent talented students to do so.
Mm-hmm. Very
but
nice.
If you are not, if that is not your
forte,
then we will not hinder you in that sense that that you cannot make your own composition. So we have students who are actually studying to be film composers on our in our Rolodex to set you up together with those.
Very nice. Very good to know. Alexander, any last words for all of our prospective students out there on YouTube thinking about possibly studying sound design?
Without music, life would be a mistake.
Also write that down. We're getting a lot of good quotes out of this day.
It's from somebody, but I forgot who it was.
But now it's from Alexander.
Now it's mine. I'm stealing it.
All right, Alexander, thank you so much for joining us and chatting about the sound design curriculum. Again, new this year. It's always a pleasure to have you here with us.
Likewise, Ali. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, next up, we'll hear from our very last major coordinator of the day. We'll hear from the major coordinator for independent game production. So hold on with us. We'll be back in just a second. Alrighty, and we are back with our last major of today's stream. So I'm very excited to introduce Stephanie DeFort. She is the major coordinator of our independent games production major. Stephanie, lovely to have you here as always.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Glad to be here.
I'm glad that you're here with us.
Okay.
So tell me, Stephanie, what is IGP, so independent games production? What is the curriculum all about? What can I expect from the curriculum if I'm a prospective student?
Yes, well, independent game production will take you through the complete production of a game. So you will learn all about the game design topics. We will show you all about the art content that you have to learn specifically for our IGP student. We will show you or learn you the game mechanics of a game. So actually learn you how to create your own game from A to Z. That is the most important thing that they have to learn. Of course, together with the capacity of the business elements that are in there to actually create your own game.
Okay, and we talked about this a little bit before with Dries, who's our major coordinator for game graphics production. What sets IGP apart from some other technical artist related majors here at DAE? What's really the selling point for IGP?
Yes, well, as you talk about GGP, well, in GGP they will learn how to focus or how to complete a very nice art-wise product for the AAA games. So for us, we're going to, as an IGP student, you will learn how to create art content, very nice, very visually, but we will make sure that it's more specifically for the smaller indie games, the applied games. So the details are not that necessary art-wise.
Okay, and you also mentioned the business aspect of it, of IGP. Could you explain a little bit more what that might look like for students?
Yes, well, as it is important that you understand if you want to make your own game and you want to sell it, then there are some aspects, right? We're not going to make you a lawyer or something like that, or an accountant, but it's important that if you talk to your accountant, that you understand the words, the specific vocabulary that is there. So, and he will help you through it, so that you can start your own company, that you can pay the bills, etc. So all these details are actually important.
Right. Okay. So IGP, it sounds like a lot of different things. Really, you're shaping students to create their own indie game companies, maybe in the future. Yes. Do students looking to study IGP, do they need any prior experience? Is it okay if they start from zero?
Yes, of course. We don't expect that you already know how to create specific art or even coding skills. It's not necessary. We start from zero, of course, at a very fast pace. So it is an advantage if you already have a look at a Visual Studio, download the software, have a look at some examples that are online, trying to come up with some brilliant game ideas that you can use then in the second and third year, where you have to create your own game project. But no actual prior knowledge is necessary.
Okay, good to know. And Stephanie, could you walk us through broadly the curriculum within IGP? So what kind of courses could I expect if I chose this major?
Okay. Well, first of all, in the first year, we will start, of course, by having both sides. We're going to teach you how to create your own art material, and we're going to create you how to start coding. So very on a very basic level. But at the end of the semester, you can actually already code your own little game, of course, and at a very low level, but it already looks nice. We are so proud of our students. And then, well, in the second semester of the first year, we continue with that. And we start by looking into Unity, which is the main game engine for IGP students to use. So we will continue with Unity in the second year. We will continue working with Unity in the third year. But then next to that, we're also going to learn you immediately the game design part, which is a very important walkthrough in the first and the second year. All about game design, how to start with a game, how to think of a game, how to make sure that the art is attractive to people, color-wise, so all these things, and then thinking about the mechanics. Then in the second year, game design 2 and 3, We'll follow up on that. You will get to make a lot of prototypes again and again, over and over, so that you are kind of drilled to make the coolest game projects ever. And then of course the business aspect is there as well. Starting in the second semester of the first year, having it in the second year as well, learn you all about what business related, how to make sure that you can find investors. We're going to have some guest speakers. You're going to have the option to go to the companies as well, where they explain how it's all about having an own company and so on. It's very nice.
Great. And Stephanie, I also do see here in the chat, there are quite a few current IGP students that are very enthusiastic about their IGP studies.
Yay.
So current students in the chat, they really like your curriculum.
Oh, cool.
I'm wondering.
It is nice.
It seems very nice. Is IGP in English and Dutch, or can I only follow in Dutch?
No, you can follow it in English as well. So for this year, we started with an English class group, which went well. So therefore, we continuously work on the curriculum as well, because the business-related stuff until I think last year was not that implemented for abroad, but now the curriculum changed and the courses changed. So they got an upgrade. So to make sure that you can even go back to your own country and create your own company there. Yes.
And you mentioned going back to your own country. I wonder again, and I asked this question to all of our major coordinators today, what kind of job opportunities am I looking at if I graduate through IGP? And where is there opportunity here in Belgium? Is it abroad? Both?
Yes. Well, for an IGP student, I would prefer that they stay in Belgium and that they create their own company here, and that they attract many other fellow students that they can join the company. But of course, you can be whatever you want. Actually, you have the art skills, you have the programming skills, so you can be a 2D designer, you can be a 3D designer, you can be an indie game Unity developer. So you can have several options. For that matter, yes.
Okay. And we just recently heard from Alex from game development. If I'm trying to decide between maybe game development and IGP, what are some things that I should keep in mind? What kind of students are you looking for within IGP?
Yes, it's quite a big difference if you choose for studying game development. Then you actually are very interested in how it all works inside. And so you're looking really to the hardware, to the game engine. You want to create almost your own game engine. As an IGP student, first of all, we look on top of the game. So we kind of decide, okay, that's a good looking game, those mechanics work, and then we will continue to have to create the art skills, to create the coding skills, the coding, the game mechanics, and so on. So this is mainly the big difference. As an IGP student, it is by all means not necessary to create your own game engine. We're going to use Unity, which is used in many other indie game companies. So therefore, that's the main difference.
Okay. And if I want to study IGP, is there anything I should do before I start at DAE to prepare?
I think just being creative, get your fantasy going on in your head. Think about nice, cool game ideas that you have so far. Try to draw something on paper. You could even, like said previously, download Visual Studios.
Mm-hmm.
Try to have some coding things in there. Try to come up with your own scripts.
So just start already creating the creative brainstorming
Yeah,
process.
indeed.
Okay.
Indeed. That is the most important thing that you could do. Yes.
Okay, great. And you've already mentioned some of these, but what kind of programs also could I expect to see with IGP?
Yes. Well, we are going to see Visual Studio. We have the C# language that we're going to use. So in the next phase, we're going to have the Unity. You will also learn a bit to work with Unreal in the first year. We're not going to continue with Unreal, but this is just to show you the main differences between the game engines. You're going to learn how to work in Maya, which is for the 3D part. You're going to learn Houdini a little bit because, of course, as an indie game developer, you would like to make some procedural stuff. So we're going to make a lot of content that we can use several times. So that is very important. And I think that's almost it. Yes.
Okay, great. Stephanie, any final words for our potential IGP students out there on YouTube? Any last pieces of advice?
Yes, well, of course, you have a lot of educations out there, so it's very complex decision for the students to make. But if you would like to learn what did you have to do to make the cool art, and in combination with the coding skills, come up with your own game, having the fantasy going on there, then I would say come to IGP because you're going to have a lot of fun.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
It's been great having you here. If you have any questions for Stephanie or for any other of our colleagues in IGP or within any other majors, be sure to go ahead and check out our Discord. The link, again, is in the description box, and you can just log on and ask any questions you would like, and we'll be there until 4. More than happy to answer your questions there. Again, thank you so much, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
And next up, we will hear from even more of our current students here at DAE, and we'll have a nice insight into their experience in Kortrijk. We'll see you soon.
So are we.
All right, hello everyone, and we are back with yet another group of students who offered time on their Saturday afternoon to go ahead and share what life is like here at DIE and here in Kortrijk. So let's get right into it. I'll have our 4 students today introduce themselves. Arna, the cloud on your screen just drew my attention. So Arna, would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself first, perhaps?
Yes, hello, I'm Arne. I'm a GD student, 3rd year, and I paid my teachers to sell my legs in order to actually pass the 2nd year.
But Arna is still here with us, still studying at DIE. Arna, super great to have you here, as always. Next up, I see Brahm.
Hello, my name is Brahm, and I study also GD like Arne, but I'm a 1st year.
Okay, and where are you from, Brahm?
I am from Yper, which is close to Kortrijk, so I'm not in a dorm, obviously.
All right, very nice. 2 more. Let's see, Lisa.
Hello, I am Lisse. I am a 1st year independent game production student here at DIE, and I am from the southern of the province of Antwerp.
All right, perfect. And what do you study here at DIE?
Independent game production.
Okay, great. Last but certainly not least, a member of our study night team, and we'll get into that in just a little bit. We have Quentin.
Yeah, hi, I'm Quentin. I'm also a game development student. I'm doing my second year as of currently. So I'm not on my 3rd year just yet, but it is my 3rd year at DAE.
Alrighty, perfect. So we're going to go ahead and jump right in. This is a tough one, but take your time if you need to think about it a little bit. But I just want to ask you, why DIE? Why did you choose to study here and not somewhere else to study a similar curriculum? Why DIE?
For me, it's a bit of an easy one because I live here in town where DAE is at, so the biggest benefit is that it's close by and I don't need a dorm or anything. And near the end of high school, I dabbled a bit in programming, and I realized that it was something that I liked doing, and I found it fun. So then after checking out all the majors and bachelors and everything that was a possibility nearby, I fell in love with DAE quite literally, and like already before I started my last year in high school, decided that that's what I wanted to do.
Okay. So it was a pretty easy one for you then, Quentin.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Arna, I think you wanted to say something?
Oh, I absolutely agree with Quentin in the regard that, I mean, it wasn't that easy of a choice for me, at least. I did something in my high school that was pretty contrary towards game development or programming whatsoever. I did something of like Greek literature that I just studied. But it was a complete different world to check out. And it was a very interesting curriculum because it was nowhere else present, right? You had plenty of other schools that had the most default curriculums. But DAE and making games is just something that's very unique and very modern. So I realized that it was pretty cool to check out. And here I am. I haven't regret a single day so far.
Mm-hmm. All right. Lissa or Brahm, anything to add?
Yeah, I think for me as well, it was like within Belgium. So it was in the same country still. It's still quite far away from home. But it's definitely handier that it's in the same country, especially with COVID circumstances. I also have a background in economics from high school, so independent game production spoke to me.
All right.
My story is a little bit the same as Quentin's, with the difference that before I joined DIE, I already had kind of heart for programming and creating content or software or whatever for people to use. And I was thinking about games. Like, I also like to play games, and if you make something special in a game, then you can brag to your friends like, yo, you've played that, I made that. And it's just crazy how you can share your work with the world as well.
Alrighty. So of course, we're really glad that you made your way to DIE, so we're really happy that you chose us. I'm sure many of our prospective students out there on YouTube would like to know, what does a typical day look like for you at DIE, whether it's before this academic year, before Corona, if it's this academic year, if you are a first year like Lissa or Bram, what does your day look like as a student at DIE?
For me personally, it kind of depends a little bit on the amount of work we have in the week or coming weeks. Like I can have a day where I just work a bit for school, then I game and do a voice chat. But I can also have a day where I will work the entire day for school until quite late. It really depends on the amount of work you got for labs and projects you have to do.
Anyone else? What a typical day looks like for you?
I usually try to get up around 8 in the morning, and depending on when I have class, I get ready and go to class, or I just start working for school and get ready and eat lunch around lunch for class in the afternoon. I also always try to cook for myself in the evening, so I have a decent meal. And yeah, it's mostly schoolwork.
All right.
With the occasional break.
Okay, lots of schoolwork with the occasional break. We'll get back to that in just a little bit as well. Arna, Quentin, anything to add?
Yeah, sure. The thing about it is, this year was quite different for me because one, I do an internship at this point, so it's not as much studying anymore to me. And on top of that, of course, the whole Corona thing has changed things up quite a bit. But I remember very well the second year, waking up for your classes, then having a lunch break with your friends, maybe have some classes. If you didn't, then you just hung out in the level because really everything is there, right? You have toilets, you have coffee. That's about all you need. Tables, maybe. And then you just sit there the whole afternoon together with friends working, waiting until the study night happened in the same building. So that was pretty much the best days of studying, just sitting in the level together with friends.
All right. So the community sounds important as well. Quentin, anything to add?
Not immediately, I think.
Okay.
I mean, my routine has been thrown off for like a year now.
Sure
so
thing.
I have honestly trouble remembering what it used to be like.
Sure thing. It's understandable. So Arna actually just mentioned study night. So I wonder, Quentin, as a member of the study night team, why not just go straight into it? Could you explain to all of us, all of you out there, what study night is? What kinds of things that the community does for the students here?
So study night is a weekly event every Thursday evening that we organize at school. It's an opportunity for people to work on their assignments together in the same room. It's also easier then to ask for help because the study night team is around, but also loads of other people like second years and third years hang out there and would be willing to help people out. The bar is open as well, so that's a nice plus if you want to like be more laid back about your work or just socialize with people. That's an option too. Then sometimes we also do workshops or similar things, so you can like catch up on stuff you're struggling with. And then last but not least, there's also our special study nights we do with several activities like karaoke or cosplay contests. And then the study nights we have right before a holiday, we go all out and we organize like several activities at once. So everyone can like unload right before you have to work your ass off during that holiday.
All right. And who is the study night team, actually? Who does it consist of?
Currently, it consists of me being the only GT person. Then from GGP, we have Amber, we have David, we have Joao as well. That's 4 out of 7 already. From IGP, we have only Jens. Victor is GGP as well. I'm gonna feel so bad if I mess any of these
It's okay.
up.
So what
And
I was really
apologize
going
beforehand.
for, yeah, what I was really going for is they're students, right, Quentin?
Yes, they are students from different majors that we know that would be able to help people out is a very important aspect of that.
Okay. So the community support really gets you through the workload at DIE, it sounds like.
Yes, that's what the community
really
is for.
does.
All right. So speaking of the workload, what does the workload look like at DIE? Is it as much as it's often said? How has that looked like for you during your studies?
Before I came to DAE with the info days, they also said like, yeah, the workload is huge. I was like, how bad can it be? And now I'm here like, yeah, the workload is huge. You definitely need to learn to plan properly, so you are able to do everything in little chunks and not overwork yourself as well.
Would anyone else like to add anything about the workload and how you've experienced it? If you have any free time as well?
Absolutely. I think there is a bit of fear mongering to some extent. I feel like it's perfectly manageable, the workload, to a certain extent. But it's all about structure indeed, because me, myself, going to high school, I never learned really how to actually do actual work. It was all studying and theory, right? And suddenly you become accustomed to an environment where you're supposed to every day just put out some work. And if you just do that and just have a consistent rhythm at it, I think it's perfectly manageable. But there's plenty of big deadlines that are coming up. So if working every day is not your thing, then you might be a bit off place. But you also learn it throughout the year. And it's also a good preparation for the industry later on, I do believe.
So all of that work on the pie chart behind you, it's all worth it at the end of the day.
I mean, it's maybe slightly exaggerated, but kind of.
All
Sure,
right.
yeah, sure.
I just realized that, Arna. I don't know how I missed that. Brom, Quentin, anything to add?
I agree most with Arne. Like, there's still a lot of work, but it's been over-exaggerated in many people's words. And like, I noticed that a lot of people procrastinate, and that is mainly the issue why everybody says there's so much work. So if you don't procrastinate, everything is just fine. In
So
my
planning is very important.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And it's not that you don't have any free time anymore at all. There's definitely still time for free time, but you have to be willing to put in the work as well.
Yeah, it's a very interesting system at which most of the people that I know that do some kind of academic courses, right? They actually have no work at all until they actually get into the exam phase of work, right? And then they go complete nuts, right? They have so much stress. They do all-nighters. Well, at my time, it was more like, okay, the whole year I feel like I have to do some work, but at the exams, it's actually just the same rhythm as throughout the year, right? Which is quite manageable.
Yeah, for the exam, like we started on a lot of our exam projects before around Easter vacation. We had Easter vacation to work on our exam projects as well, and we now have time right before the exams to work on it more and finalize it.
Feedback and polish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And speaking of your courses, this is a fun question for you all, I think. How important is it actually to follow along with your classes?
I would say it's very important. Like, because only when going to the classes, you know some specific details that are really important, especially in programming, when using certain, let's say, variables or whatever, that you will only know if you watch the stream, because you'll know why they are better or why they are worse in which occasions.
Mhm.
And same for other courses with other things, basically.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's also Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
No, I would say I definitely agree. A lot of the courses also work with a theory stream or a demo stream, but the showcase, and then you do the exercises, or you work for the project that you're currently working on. And then in the actual practicum class, you get feedback, and you can improve upon what you already have with the feedback the teacher gave you. And it's like a back and forth kind of format. So if you don't go to class, you usually don't get as much feedback, and you cannot improve your work as much as you would before.
Absolutely. The thing about it is as well, I do believe that paying attention in class is obviously important, but the most people that I've seen drop out towards the first and second year always made the same kind of pattern mistake, in that they just skipped one class and then just kind of got in the habit of, oh, this class is not important either, so I'm going to skip that as well.
So
And
a
it's all about the
domino
mindset,
effect.
really. Yeah, kind of. It's a big mindset thing in a sense that once you're in the class and you're just paying attention or just sitting there at least, then suddenly you're kind of conditioning your brain to believe that you're supposed to go to classes and be there and work for school, right? Whilst if you skip an entire week of classes because of that said domino effect, then you might also not be up to work and just watch videos all day. It's very common to have that happen.
I think also a big benefit of going to class is, but then physical class is, you can see how far other people are with their work, and if you're like awfully behind, it's a wake-up call to tell you like, hey, like get your shit together and catch up now before it's too late.
Yep.
Anything else to add about workload? Then I'm going to ask you
It's good.
Yet another. That's okay, Arna. All right, moving on. Fun question. Actually, didn't get the chance to ask the last student panel, but I wonder, and I'm sure it might be interesting for our audience, what has been your favorite class at DAE and why? If you need some time to think about this one, no problem at all, especially for Arna, who's a third year, and Quentin in his second year. I know you've taken quite some classes.
Yeah.
I'm getting old. I don't remember anymore.
I think
so many classes.
The one that made the best impression on me was visual language, actually, I think. Because it was still very similar to the kind of classes that I used to have in high school. But the subjects were so much more interesting. It took me no effort at all to study for that course. It was like having, like, just being able to tell people, oh yeah, I need to study now because I have an exam game history tomorrow, is like, it sounds like the most ridiculous thing ever, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. To me, at least, we had a little course, and I'm not supposed to say this because I'm a programmer, right? But we had this course called level editing, which now is environments, I guess, for programmers, which you had to actually make a huge level of 3D geometry, modeling and stuff, and making it look cool, right? And though it's not programming that much, it was like one of the art courses that we get as well. And whenever I like talk to other people about what I'm doing at DAE, right? They always refer back to, oh, remember that level that you made? That's the only thing they can remember for some reason, because programming tends to not be as in your face, hey, I made this, right? So I really enjoyed level editing because it was like the biggest thing that you could show off to people, and then people would be like, holy damn, I would not know how to start even do this. So, yeah.
All right. So we have level editing, we have visual language. Bram, Lissa, first year students, favorite class so far?
For me personally, my favorite courses would be programming, but also 3D. Why programming? Because in the first year you have to make 2 games, and that alone you can show off, because for some games you have to make your own like characters, but of course they're not going to be that good as GD, but still you can show that off with the amount of work that came with it and your game in total. And then 3D, because I also kind of like to make models. It's strange to hear from a GD person because most people don't like it, but I personally do like it.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I'm gonna have to say game art. It's also 3D modeling, and it teaches from the 2D design. You get to decide how to design within the assignment, and you get to stylize the objects that you're making so much. It's quite fun to do, in my opinion.
All right, great. A nice mix of classes there. Moving away from the classes a little bit, and more so towards your lifestyle and well-being, actually. So at DAE, given that we've already established there's a lot of work, how do you all manage to maintain, sustain a healthy lifestyle while studying at DIE?
Coffee.
Well,
I hear
sorry.
coffee.
Well, when it comes to food and eating, like I'm not on a dorm, so my parents still make food, so it can't be easier than that. But otherwise, just what I do any day, I guess, which isn't
Yeah.
unhealthy, by the way.
If it's about food and eating, it's not that difficult to make a healthy and balanced meal for yourself. You can often like cook for 2 days and eat the leftovers the next day, and that's less time you spend on that. And if it comes to well-being and mental health, taking those breaks are quite important. And also studying with your friends, even if it's online through Discord, being together in a voice call, having your camera on and being all muted, that also helps a lot because you have a feeling of not being alone. So yeah, that helps me personally.
Definitely. So even during Corona, fitting in that time for social interaction, even if it's just being in a voice call with other people, so they can hold you accountable to do your work. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Quentin, anything to add?
Yeah, I'd say also physical exercise is a big plus. Just to get like a complete break from work, because as a programmer myself, I notice sometimes I take a break and I like get something to drink, and even though I'm away from my screen, I will still think about my work and like how I'm gonna plan stuff out and how I'm gonna make stuff work and all that shit. And it like occupies your brain still. But if you're working out, you like let it all go just to focus on what you're doing in that moment. And it helps a lot.
Does DIE organize anything regarding?
Yes.
They do.
Sorry, Quentin?
They do. There's
All right, let's hear it.
There's Zumba on Tuesdays, and there's a workout which used to be on Mondays and Wednesdays, but because of Corona, it's been moved online now, and it's only on Mondays. But they're still very nice to follow, also for the social aspect of it, because you meet new people or you go there with your friends, which is motivating.
Yes, I was about to add the DAE community does a really good job at making sure we still socialize somewhat. With example, the wonderful Tuesday lunch chats with you, Ali, always a highlight of my week. Because it just brings you together and it kind of forces you to take that break and socialize or to do some physical activity.
All right.
Forces you. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
That
as
it
well.
does.
So just final words about, honestly, we've heard a lot about curriculum today and schoolwork, but I really want to hear just how the experience is in general, so well-rounded. Final words about the importance of community and feeling like you belong here at DIE.
It's been a long couple of 3 years, and it's been unforgettable. I'm being faced with the fact that I might be leaving in a year because this is my last year supposedly. I'm really gonna miss it. The thing is, very great to hear actually that this year, especially because internship and because there are a couple of things that involve me getting outside of DE, it's still great to see that you're still very much integrated if you just make the effort of joining people in voice calls and joining people in events. The community is very much alive even still. And I think once COVID is going to be over, probably next year, but I'm going to be very careful saying that it's just going to be like a multiplier times 2, times 10, that kind of stuff. It's really going to be a booming year, I think.
All right, great, Arna. Bram, Lissa, Quentin.
The community is very alive and very important as well. I've noticed that some people that are less likely to engage in the community also drop out faster, or like are the dropouts, because they isolate themselves and they make it harder for themselves. Because in a community, you can ask, like if you know your classmates, you know who to contact for certain questions. If you know people from second or third year as well, you know you can contact them for help. And usually they're very willing to help you out.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Bram, Quentin, anything to add?
I mean, I personally have been very active in the community and very partaking and being member of the study night team. I'm trying to give a lot back to the community as well, and it's just overall been very rewarding. Like, it never felt like an effort just because the community is so wholesome and supportive of everything and everyone.
One of the students last night, Romy, I asked everyone at the end to describe their experience in one word, and she used the word wholesome. So the wholesome, now twice it's been used. Wonderful. Brom, anything to add?
Not anymore. Everyone just kind of explained it for me.
All right. And we will close out. Actually, I'm going to ask you all the same thing. If you could describe your experience at DAE in one word, what would that one word be? I know it's tough.
Smashing.
Yeah, I got it. I got it, yeah.
Yes, okay. Arna?
Smashing. Coffee breaks. Absolutely.
But it's two words, Arna.
No, it's the same. Coffee break. That's one word. It is.
All right,
Technically,
okay.
in English, it's two words, but in
For the-
Dutch, you can just stick what you want, you know?
For the sake of the stream, it's okay. It counts as one word. All right, Bram, one word.
I would say it's smashing.
Smashing? Okay. That's a unique one. Awesome. Lissa.
I guess amazing, like fantastic, amazing. It's been a great pleasure to be here.
And we're happy to have you here as well. And you have 2 more years of this, so very exciting stuff. Quentin, last word?
I think I'll just stick with wholesome for simplicity's sake.
Too wholesome so far. And that in itself is wholesome, I think.
It is.
All right. Arna, Bram, Lissa, Quentin, thank you so much for joining us and taking time out of your Saturday to chat a little bit about how life is at DAE and how things go here in Kortrijk. Thank you so much. It was a real pleasure to have you. For all of you there out on YouTube, just stick around for a couple more minutes and we'll have some closing words for you all. Thank you so much for joining the stream and today's student panel, and we will be right back. All right, everyone, thank you so much for joining us today for our Infoday live stream here on YouTube at HOS Hogeschool's campus for digital arts and entertainment. We really hope that you all enjoyed and you gained some insights about both the majors that we offer here at DAE and how student life is at DAE as well. I'd like to thank all of the major coordinators for joining us today and sharing their viewpoints and how the curriculum goes, and of course our lovely students as well. If you'd like to stay on here, the stream will be saved so you can watch it at any time. We'll also be sticking around on Discord until 4 p.m. today to answer any questions that you might have additionally about the curriculum, about applying, and all of those good things. So go ahead and click on the link in Discord in the description box below, and you'll be able to continue asking questions until 4 p.m. We can't wait to have you join us for our next Info Day on Saturday, the 26th of June. Hopefully we'll have some nice, beautiful summer weather by then. And of course, thank you to HOAS. Thank you so much to our Master Chief, Rick, who you heard from the beginning, for making all of this possible and for breathing life truly into DAE. So again, it was such a pleasure to have you join us here on YouTube, whether you are joining from Belgium, from abroad, whether you are a current student. It was great to have you here. Everyone have a wonderful weekend, and we will see you on Discord, if not on our next Info Day on June 26th. Have a good one.